This is Patrick Stewart, and I always watch Pop Talk with PACIFIC414. Make it so.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby. Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Good evening and welcome one and all to tonight's edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, along with Cash Money 007 of the Phantom Hooligans and Baron Norman Tag of Baron Norman Tag's Phantomology. I'm your host, Mike.
Yeah.
And Cash, quiet.
The Hooligans.
Yeah, that's right. That's how we're starting off today's show. We're starting off by kicking Cash out early.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. He'll be happy. I didn't do it. He did. Hey, John, how you doing there? Good to see you.
It's Evil Pop again. You gotta watch out for him.
Yeah, well, he is.
Evil Pop. Yep.
But once again, we are dual streaming both PACIFIC414 and Baron Norman Tag's Phantomology. And just got a question to ask you, gentlemen. I'll go with Baron first.
Okay,
how are you doing today, brother?
Oh, not too bad. For getting snowed in, looks like we're going to be getting about 21 inches here by Thursday. So, yeah, we got some weather coming through, and unfortunately, I can feel my bones. But other than that, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Nice. I got my dogs, I got my wife, I got my cat, I got my butt on a couch, so I'm happy.
Very nice, very nice. And Cash Money 007, Penny Money.
Excuse me,
the guy,
Little Pop.
the guy from Pop. California. I mean, I can't really say anything. I'm originally from California, but
yeah, you are.
Yeah, both you knuckleheads. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, Cash is still there. I got out.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, every time Cash has to go, whenever he travels out of California, he has to put a little spine on there.
Mike just wants to try to blame me for everything because I live in California. It's all right. He's just jealous. It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, but you do put that little magnetic decal on your car when you leave California, saying, I am not really from California. It's a rental car.
I don't that is some serious fake news right there.
And the people are looking, it's like, it's a 1988 Escort. I don't think they have that at Hertz.
Hertz or Enterprise.
Oh, man. Yes.
Or Avis.
Yeah.
But how are you doing, Cash?
Before I get kicked out again. I'll remember that. Doc Pop, Little Pop, Small Pop,
wow.
Tiny Pop.
Look, he's got the anger issues.
I have the mouse cursor right on the remove button, mister. You know what? With attitude like that, all I got to do is
man. You started it.
Well, so you know what? I'm going to start something. I'm always going to start something here to try to make people laugh.
Yes.
Sometimes it's going to work. Sometimes it's going to fall flat.
That's right.
Yeah.
We don't always talk about Pop, do we, Baron? Sometimes.
No.
Yeah.
But, you need to have the proper respect given to you, Cash, so here it is.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Actually, this is what happened when Cash popped up backstage.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor. says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger. Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood? Yes, Sensei.
Well,
What? What? No, no,
that
no.
brought the room to silence there.
Yeah, that was. I don't listen to that when he says yes, sensei. Yeah,
You guys,
You normally don't listen. You normally don't listen.
I mean, you should probably start, saying sensei probably treat you better.
no,
You know how Mike is. He wants that proper Phil McCracken level of respect.
Wait. Phil McCracken and respect. Are we thinking of the same guy?
Well, I mean, there's one person who's got a lot of respect for him.
Master Paul can fluff my pillows Navy style any day.
But anyways, enough with the shenanigans. And speaking of Phil,
yeah.
as far as I know, he's still
We
going to be
got
the
Orca
guest for
Boy in
Sunday's
here.
show. Yes, we do have Orca Boy, but we also have Real Wade Gaming Clips. Welcome,
man?
Wade.
Hello,
We also have the old man,
the old man. Hello.
and of course, Crit from Evers Production. It's the Watchman, the Baron, Doc Pop, and the Chin. The Chin has another identity, though, just like how Robin became Nightwing. He becomes the Phantom Hooligan.
He should be out there in New York trying to save those whales, man. That's what Orca Boy should be doing.
Yeah,
Out
why
there.
are you out
Yeah,
there?
exactly.
Wow.
Save those
YouTube
whales. man.
warrior.
9 of them died recently in New York. Come on.
Not enough flatulence. So it's YouTube Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Hooligan.
That's right.
Starring Cash Money 007. That's right.
Emperor Cashatine. Or Palpa Money. One of the two, whatever.
Palpa Money.
Palpa Money works.
Yeah, Palpa Money. There we go.
So
Execute orders.
today, 66 cents. Oh,
Yeah,
really?
6 cents. Yeah.
66, not 66 cents.
That'll be $6.60, sir. Okay,
Order
that fell
66,
flat.
we
That
have
fell
you-
flat.
It did, big time. Order 66. Will you please come and get your burger? Order 66. Uh-oh.
So, some of the stories I have for today, one from Geek Tyrant that says Jack Nicholson explained he wanted his Joker and Batman to scare kids. I have another story. This is from Bounty in the Comics that says James Cameron says he supports Thanos' mass murder and depopulation agenda. He thought he had a pretty viable answer.
Yeah, good old egomaniac James Cameron, Mr.
what?
The King of the World.
What would happen if he was the one that turned into dust? He wouldn't be so for it then.
I
No,
don't
he
think
would-
he would be so happy about it. No.
No, as long as it's the other person.
His egomaniac terror would end. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's things I like about Cameron, but there's other things I don't like about him. So
Yeah, he's a hunyuk. I don't mean to be mean, but he's a
it's
hunyuk.
like you can enjoy his work, but a lot of these
Yeah.
people, unfortunately, in Hollywood are just you just roll your eyes and you're like, dude, you're not as important as you think you are.
Yeah.
No.
You're not
Wait a
on
minute.
big level.
Wait. I'm not as important. Oh, shit.
You don't live in the Hollywood land, though, Mike. You don't live in that bubble.
Yeah,
No.
not like Cash. Like Cash is
Don't live in. I don't live in that bubble either. Dang it! Refuse. Get out of that bubble.
he's down there with party. He's been seen talking up Lady Gaga and Paris Hilton.
Ugh, no, thank you.
Take care, John. Thank you for stopping by, brother.
See you,
Okay.
man.
Yeah, take
Good
care.
one.
I also have an article here provided by Cash Money.
One day.
It's from Bowden in the comics, and it says Violet Knight actor John Leguizamo says he was used as a pawn by Sony and Marvel to entice Michael Keaton into playing the Vulture in Spider-Man: Homecoming. Oh my God!
Yeah. You know, he's really gone off the deep end, hasn't he? He's off
Yeah,
the rails.
he has. He was very good though. He had a strong role in the menu, and he's out complaining again. It's like, dude, you're still getting roles. What do you complain about? As somebody
Yeah.
said, him and what was it, like his 500,000 Ice Age movies that he did? I think there were only
Yeah.
4, but I understand what people say. They
Phil, I might give you a state of baseball address or a state of gaming address or a state of pop culture address, but I won't limit it to one thing. I might even combine all 3 of those.
How about a Phil McCracken?
State of, how about the state of release McCracken?
Ooh, there we go. And of course, that now that of course Phil is here, we must say
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
The state of easy mode address. Well, you all know I don't play on easy mode.
because if he died that many times on easy mode, he'd be embarrassed. So it's like he mans up. If he's going to die that many times, it's going to be on either regular or higher.
And to be honest with you, when I play Mega Man 10 on Friday, it's going to be on normal. And of course, I got to replay Mega Man 9 because I accidentally deleted part 2 of that stream. So that'll be coming too. Yeah. I was an idiot.
I'm not saying anything. Biting my tongue over here.
Crit. Oh man.
All right, Crit. All right.
Yeah.
Zing, bazinga.
All right. So, the other article I have is from Superhero Hype, and guess what?
What?
We're getting another new Hellboy movie. Didn't we just have one a few years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that there's a new one coming out there. But what's interesting is the actual person that's behind Hellboy is actually doing the script. So, but I won't talk any further.
And we have low spec Linux laptop who says, "I am playing Dark Forces on easy mode. It don't help find all the secrets." See, there are drawbacks to play on easy mode. You think you're just gonna go in there? Oh, this is easy. This boss fight's gonna be a charm.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Yeah,
no. Dark Forces is tough, man.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what.
Quite well. That's some old school gaming right there. Yeah.
I would love to have them redo it, but the only thing they redo is the graphics because that's a great game.
And since you brought it up, it's like people are like, "Oh man, the future of Star Wars games looks bright." I'm like, "Is it? Yeah, Jedi Survivor looks like there's some potential there, but I'm not going to go and jump through the television or something. That would hurt, anyways." But
and of course, just want to say hi to Captain Fandom Nerd.
Yes.
Hello, Captain.
Good evening, Captain. Good to see you here, brother. And Phil, if Crit owes you $72 or his socks and shoes, why don't you talk to him? He's right here.
Yeah, he's here. Yeah. Phil versus an orca. We can make that into a movie.
All right, so we're getting another Hellboy movie, and another story I have is a crossover of the ages, according to comicbookmovie.com, that pits the TMNT against Street Fighter.
Yep.
And the other story, thank you, Cash.
What?
Comes from The Gamer. If you remember the last time I read an article from The Gamer, I couldn't even get through it.
Oh, you son of a... Listen, he's giggling like Crit now.
He's been around Crit long enough. Crit is basically taken over. And
yeah. One by one, cash is stripped. It's going to be crit money.
No.
But the title of this article says, "Give me a Disney princess game, but Tomb Raider. Modern Disney princesses have the toolkit of an action hero, but Disney's video games don't let them flourish. If you want a Tomb Raider game, just play Tomb Raider. There, problem solved."
It's funny the fact that anyone would write an article about how Disney princesses should go on an action film because Merida from Brave did it is just so funny to me. I just don't care about that, and I'm curious to see how many people really do, and why don't they try to make a game like that? Try to make a game like it. Here's a princess, turn her into an action hero, see how it goes.
Heck, they could have done that with Mulan.
Be any princess. Yeah, Mulan, there's action in the animated movie. Yeah.
There you go. Solve the problem. I do not want a Disney princess game. No. No.
I mean, yeah, if you want, we want to have a female protagonist video game like Tomb Raider because none of them existed before. So what could princesses?
That's always the best.
This is groundbreaking news, folks. Groundbreaking news.
Well, I mean, I don't know how the author would actually go about that. They want Disney to take a princess and stuff. It's like Jasmine, yeah, she's a princess, but it's not like she's weak. She's definitely not weak.
No.
Belle suffers from Stockholm syndrome.
She does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Mulan is a strong Asian woman.
Yeah, she was able to keep her face forward as they went by the prisoner camps.
What do we want? We want something like the Princess and the Frog. What is she supposed to do? Or we want something like Moana? I don't know. I think Moana already went on an adventure. But what do we want? We want to turn her into Tomb Raider. But according to that article, she just wants to change the dialogue and change this. I don't know how it would work though.
No.
Moana goes on an adventure, so what is she going to do? She's going to have guns like Tomb Raider? We already have Lara Croft.
Right.
Lara Croft has guns, and
boy, does she have guns.
Zing!
But no.
Let me ask you, Cash, do you want to start off with that artitle? Because if we do, I'm making you read it. I'm making you read it. I'm not reading it.
Yeah,
you're reading it. If you want to start off with that, it's fine, but I have to pull it up again, so...
All right, here, I'll put the link to it in the private chat, but you're reading it. I'm not reading it. I refuse.
Yeah, especially after that last one.
Well, if I make any mistakes
there you go.
with words, I'm sure Baron will correct me, so that's fine.
Phil's here. He can correct you. You know, he always likes to poke fun at my pronunciation of Japanese names anyway.
All right. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Continue. Okay, I think they're going to let me read this article without worrying about ad blocker. All right, so give me a Disney princess game, but Tomb Raider. Do we really look? If you guys are tired of hearing about this, I'll
play the video clips.
All right. So I read some of this to Mike the other day just to see what he thinks about it, and it's more.
Yeah, what did I tell you? The same that I just told you just now. You're reading it.
This is from Stacy Henley. Stacy Henley, Henley, and it says at gaming websites, a lot of the small talk amongst the staff is about games. This is Stacy's words, of course. But most of the time, you just tune it out. There's always various different conversations going on about the series I might have not have played or not care for, and you add in all the chatter about the games I do like, plus regular human discussion topics like film, sports, this funny TikTok I saw, the weather, the impending dread of working in an industry that sees its purpose as being a discourse machine. It's a lot. So when games that aren't in my wheelhouse come up, I let them fly on by. But there's one game I cannot avoid, no matter how hard I try. Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't particularly like Kingdom Hearts 3. I've written about this before, and I'm one of those embarrassing Disney adults you've heard so much about. Oh my goodness, this thing is starting to make me cringe. And
now you know how Mike felt.
Across the 3 Kingdom Hearts games I've played, have been unimpressed with how soulless and unlike their movie counterparts the game renditions of Disney characters are. It presents itself as a Disney game, but Kingdom Hearts is a Final Fantasy game dressed up in Mickey Mouse ears. Oh no!
That's because it's produced by Square Enix. This is a crossover between Final Fantasy and Disney properties.
I know.
I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
You know what's great?
Given that
It's
Kingdom
popcorn
Hearts
to
has
watch
roughly
these.
1,000,007 games between its inception and Kingdom Hearts 3, I have not played 3 and never will. I'm not here to defend it or criticize it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not here to defend it or criticize. Wasn't she just criticizing
What is she
it?
doing? What is she doing
What
in
did
the
she say
above
when she says,
paragraph?
I've been unimpressed with how soulless and okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so she played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. You won't play 3. Okay, sure. Given the okay, where are we at? Oh my goodness! Now I think I'm having an aneurysm. I've not played 3 and never.
Welcome to the club.
To defend it or criticize it, but whenever Kingdom Hearts fans here at the Gamer bring it up, it comes back to complaining about Frozen, and that ruins my day further.
God help.
Whoa. Oh, God.
Frozen should be perfect. Should be the perfect video game.
I'd rather play this than listen to the rest of this article. I'll tell you this right now.
So, what, does this just go on until somebody...
Let's go!
But go ahead and read it.
You want me to keep reading this? All right, so related, Kingdom Hearts 3 deserves a second chance on critical mode. I've made the case for Frozen before. It has magical powers that are perfect for a video game format. Iconic characters, gorgeous settings, deep lore, and complex mythology. It has fresh avenues to explore and the tools to explore them because development cycles are growing longer and longer with each passing year. The direct tie-in game is dead now. Oh yeah. Gaming's release schedule is too unpredictable to sit alongside a theater release date. However, we're seeing this type of game evolve. Broader properties like Spider-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avatar, and The Walking Dead all have video games that are inspired by existing stories rather than following them. Frozen is big enough to join that bunch, but why stop there?
Sorry.
But
wait, there's more.
There's more. Yes, this article's almost over though. Do we want to finish this? We want to.
We're already this far.
All right, we came this far. We're gonna get through it, man. All right. Part of the reason I actively dislike Kingdom Hearts rather than merely
hold
different.
on.
Okay.
Before you, we've gone this far, so you know what?
You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. But this is not the worst thing in the world. It's not the best.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Do we want to keep reading this? It's fine.
Go ahead.
All right.
You're being punished.
Oh man. Part of the reason
over the top, baby.
Nah.
Yes. Part of the reason I actively dislike Kingdom Hearts rather than merely being indifferent to it is because it wastes its potential. I'm usually pretty cynical about crossovers in IP soup, like multiverse, as well as believing too much reliance on existing properties to do their marketing for you can lead to subpar games. Despite this, a Disney action adventure crossover game excites me. The problem is it has never been done well. Kingdom Hearts has the most glib interpretation of its source material and wraps it around tired JRPG tropes. And it's not even the only criminal here. Oh boy.
That's the author's opinion.
That's right. That's the author's opinion. Yep. I think what I'm going to do later is I'm going to tag this on Twitter and be like, "That's just like your opinion, man." And I want to call her a man and see if she gets offended. No, I'm kidding.
Well, why say it when I could just play it here? I got the clip.
Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Yep. The thing is, like, you can like Frozen, you cannot like Frozen, but I will not ever say that is one of the greatest Disney movies ever made.
No.
It certainly, it basically is what Honest Trailers has said, that I don't need a man in my life to succeed. Well, who said you did, bitch? No, but
wow.
Yeah, I know that escalated quickly.
Edgy party of one. The edgy party of one.
Okay. I know what clip you want. I gotta get to it. Too many damn clips.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
We got out of hand the moment the show started.
All right. Disney Infinity was too tied down to the toys to Live's technical drawbacks, and we're just a string of average sandbox with a couple of quests with no real crossover whatsoever. Look, here's the thing. Disney Infinity is actually a fun game. Yes, it was tied to toys, but it's still a fun game. So whatever. And Disney killed it, and I was not happy about it. Yes, it can be very...
Bob Iger killed it.
Stuff. Yes. Yeah, I think he did. Dreamlight Valley is a half-baked Animal Crossing clone with little interaction, of course. Mirrorverse is an insulting cash grab. Twisted Wonderland makes all the characters into their femboy body pillow alternative.
This lady has not had any tingling.
Right, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, this lady obviously has not had any tingling in her little private areas for a long time. I mean, word.
She wants to play Mirrorverse. I've never even heard of that. And
I haven't either.
Twisted Wonderland, I don't know what that is either. Is that
I haven't heard of either one of those.
Borderlands? I'll look it up later. And so it says the alternate. So it says the less said about Speedstorm, the better. Why do you play these things? Do you do research? Like, a lot of this stuff turns into cash grabs. I'm going to have to look into some of these games, because the reality is certain games are going to be clones of other games. Stardew Valley started something else that somebody else would do and continue to create from there. Lorcana is the latest glimmer of hope we have, and that isn't even a video game. I don't even know what that is. Lorcana? Anyways. Somebody...
I don't know.
I thought Cash was the big game guy.
Can't somebody do Kingdom Hearts, but good? Kingdom Hearts at least lets you explore these worlds more fully and attempts interaction with the character. They're just poorly written and too busy trying to make the Final Fantasy beats land. What I'm after is a Disney princess action adventure game. Elsa, Merida, Mulan, Raya, Moana. Pocahontas has playable characters. Maybe Tia, Rapunzel, Ariel, and Jasmine at a push. I mean, what is Belle going to do, really? I
don't know. I don't know. Is she going to go in the woods looking for her father?
Right. So what exactly is wrong with Elsa and Merida? And I don't, what their story is, I don't even hate Moana. I think Moana is actually pretty interesting. I don't, she's a strong young female and she sings, of course. There was that joke when Frozen came out again. Disney finally let us sing, but again, yeah, I don't know what they want. I mean, people harass.
They may not even know what they want, Cash. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
I don't know. I've never watched Raya, that movie, so I don't know. I don't care really. I just don't.
I know it was one of those movies that were put onto Disney Plus during the shutdown and everything, but
yeah. And then so Raya is another one that so obviously feels suited to a video game. Now, the reason also that I don't think they will have a comment section on here is they don't want people to criticize their articles because it might hurt their feelings.
well, I don't want to hurt the feelings of Steven Ransom. Hello, Steven.
Hello.
I'm going to pay attention to my chat.
That's right. So okay, so look, I didn't watch Raya and the whatever dragon. But I heard it was pretty good. I don't know. I haven't watched it. But so Raya is another one that so obviously feels suited to a video game, okay? And has all the tools built into her storytelling already. Raya and the Last Dragon is clearly not on Frozen's level when it comes to critical dominance, but a Tomb Raider / Horizon game where the princes work together to explore worlds, defeat enemies, and solve puzzles, all as part of a well-rounded story that respects their Disney origins and lets their mythology shine through. I don't think I'm out of line when I say this feels like a surefire hit. Excuse me, surefire hit. One of the last tie-in games, Brave was one of the best because it embraced these ideas. Brave was pretty cool, actually. I thought Brave was a very good movie, but it's not the point. I get that Disney will always be very protective over their princess brand. I get that Tomb Raider, but with Raya, this character you never heard of, is not an easy sell. But the sharp gender divide between boy games and girl games no longer exists, needs to exist in gaming. Oh boy. And there are plenty of Disney adults.
I'm just speaking from my point of view, my perspective about it. There was never a divide.
No, there wasn't.
Divide,
there was not.
Continental
There was
divide?
not. And while games were pushed just like comics for more boys, it's just because they were written also by men who grew up in a certain childhood and wanted to recreate this stuff. They did not, and that's not bad. And that doesn't mean that a woman. They always talk about like how bad it is that women were in spandex. It's like, what do you expect? Superheroes are in spandex. I don't get this. Like, I don't understand why that would offend somebody. I don't get that at all. And once again, pointing out with the superheroes, why would you want a Disney princess that's fat? I mean, maybe some people do. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's silly, but sure. But will she have a personality, or is she like, I'm fat, pay attention to me now?
You mean?
Or
like
will it
I
be
am
like,
dumpster
look,
dump?
I know I'm overweight, but these are my other qualities? Or are we just not? Or is it always going to be I'm a victim? And if you don't like this, then
It's always going to be that victim mentality, unfortunately.
So
Yeah. It's gonna be like I am dumpster fire. That wonderful book that came out.
Right. But let me. I'll finish this article.
Before it finishes him.
Yeah. Let's see. And girl games no longer needs to exist in gaming, and there are plenty of Disney adults who would pay to experience Disney worlds and video games that aren't cheap racing sims, gotcha femboy collections, or Kingdom Hearts. It's weird that the biggest company in the world can make so many games and have so many misses when all the ingredients are right there. The princesses have even crossed over already in Wreck-It Ralph's sequel. What do you say, Disney? No more Kingdom Hearts until we figure all this out. First of all, Kingdom Hearts is Square Enix, and it was only, I think, the third game that Disney even started giving a rat's ass. So I'm pretty sure.
Well, she likes video games at the quality of her writing.
What it is also is you guys can hear that right in her writing, the anger. You can hear
Mhm.
the passive
Yeah.
aggressiveness in her writing.
Right.
I
I'm
just
not criticized, but I just criticize, and I will criticize, but I won't criticize.
Right. hmm Here's the thing: if she wants an action game, look, could Disney do something about that? Fine, but what is Elsa going to do? Is Elsa going to become a Tomb Raider and start using guns? Then people are going to cry about how Elsa uses guns and a bat and runs around and does jobs for people, and she could be an assassin. I mean, where does it stop?
Well, I mean, instead of guns, you're shooting all
Maybe
ice
we want to
balls.
see Elsa as an assassin. She puts on black outfit, goes around with a sniper rifle, takes out bad people. Yeah. Oh wait, that
No.
already.
What you know? What somebody needs to do, Cash? They need to take Mega Man 2
Yes.
Oh no.
and
Let's do it.
replace Flashman with Elsa, and have Mega Man use Metal Blade or something against
like
Elsa.
I like it. Why not? Why not knock that in?
And
Let's mod
every
that
time
in.
people say I go over the deep end, oh my word.
No.
Uh,
Oh man, that was the article though. So,
yeah.
Good job, Cash.
Thanks,
problem.
Cash. And that's not the only one he provided tonight, folks.
From the same source.
no, wasn't the John Lewis?
Thankfully,
You don't have to read another article from the gamer.
he did not give me another article from the gamer.
No, the funny thing is there's articles on that website in all fairness that actually make sense and actually is helpful. Then there's articles like that where it's like, okay, but how exactly would that work? And at least she's understands that it wouldn't be an easy sell, but do we want to see Elsa, like I said, as some kind of Splinter Cell character? And she says that she goes on adventures, solves puzzles. Would that be interesting though? I don't know. Do you guys want to? You guys want to see a game where Elsa solves puzzles, and she's part of some militia or something? I mean, I don't know. Where does it stop?
It doesn't stop.
And
It
Elsa?
doesn't stop.
No.
I mean, I just play Tomb Raider. I don't know about you guys, but I just play Tomb Raiders.
I haven't played a Tomb Raider game. I don't know how long.
Well, last Tomb Raider game I played was Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Yeah, it's a good one. Still got to play that, but everything I've watched of that, I had to pick it up when it was free on Epic Games. So.
Yeah, that's how I ended up playing it. That's how I ended up streaming it. That's how I ended up showing everybody. Me and Stealth, we don't work together. We're not simpatico.
Yeah,
that's right, folks. It's a game that they like so much they had to go and get it for free.
Mm-hmm.
What? I like the game. It was a free game where I played it. And I go, I actually like this.
Yeah,
it's not a free game where I'm going. Well, at least I didn't pay for it.
Yeah. It's a good game. Yeah, you're just it's fine. it's a good game. It's just the other thing is that people have to understand about Disney games in general. They should be as fun as when you watch the movie. So a Cars game, for example, should be as fun as watching the movie.
Yeah.
And they're not. And that's the problem. That's another problem in itself.
Well, they want to be like they're in the movie, It's like
right.
They want to be part of the movie. And that's their chance to.
Right. Yep. Yes.
It sounded almost like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not even going to say, but it sounded like
Baron. I think Baron needs to go to the bathroom. I don't know.
No, actually, that was paper towels being tore apart. But I thought I'd send a message to Orca Boy in his native language.
Oh, his native language. I like that. That makes sense. Yes.
So, any final thoughts on that article, other than it was just a bunch of word salad to me?
Yeah, it was nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's like all it is this woman writer who, this is, if we don't want to be stereotyped, weed these people out of your quote unquote journalism and hire people that have at least some base in reality.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, they need to have some kind of reality for sure, and they don't. And I don't know. Yes, it would be a hard sell, but I don't know how many people would be interested in somebody like Mulan solving puzzles and going around in an action game and this and that. I mean, that's what we have Tomb Raider for. That's her specialty.
Right.
And that's the article right there. If anybody wishes to read it for themselves, but you've been warned.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how now. If Disney wanted to try to do this, I guess it could be something, but I just don't think it would work very well because the character is already established a certain way. So we want Elsa to be a covert op, and she goes around and takes out bad guys and solves puzzles and does adventure.
I guess
yeah,
that's what they want. I don't know.
So you know what? You should put this as a poll on for today's show here. Put this as a poll. Guess how many cats that she has. How many cats does she own? That should be it's a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right.
Other.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny to me because once again, the character is established. Now, you can change the character, but we've also seen how that is gone too. You make him a victim. It's stupid. The writing becomes stupid, and the character doesn't become very interesting, and it's just a mess.
Right. It comes right down to the fact they just don't know how to write. I mean, like this lady with her article doesn't know how to write. A lot of people don't know how to write.
About this, yeah, and she's talking about this game, where it's like, oh, Disney, you should do this, and I'm like, look, if enough people at Disney think this is a good idea, I guess they'll do it, but I just don't think it would work well at all. The characters are already established, so it's like I'm Elsa and Mulan. They're going to go on an adventure together, and they fight crime now, and they solve puzzles, and they go on this crazy adventure, and their friend betrays them. Maybe it's some other Disney character. Some Disney princess betrays them and screws them over, whatever. And, yeah. I mean, that could be somewhat interesting, but man, that would be pretty dark, guys. That'd be pretty dark for a kid's game.
Wow. And I'm sure that the author of this article has made Bob Iger shake in his boots. He's going, what can we do? We got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
The sad thing is that these are the ones that they'll read and go, well, this is what we have to do. The crazy cat lady.
Yep. And if there was a comment section allowed on the Gamer, which there isn't, but if there was, I would say, well, how exactly would this work? Especially if it's supposed to appeal to kids, but the way Disney's gone with a lot of their properties lately is just kind of a circus. So.
Well, they took the comment section away because so many people are going to go, what the hell was this word salad?
Right, exactly, and they don't want to get criticized, so they don't want to comment section. That's my guess, and I'm guessing I'm pretty much on the money.
I think so. That's why most of those get one of two reasons. One, they can't stand to see be criticized or be critiqued.
Right.
So they'll take a critique and go, "Oh, I was harshly criticized."
Right.
No,
right.
It's a critique.
Yep. Or it's going to be the thing like that YouTuber criticized an article of GameSpot, and he was getting attacked by other channels,
right?
Other media people, because how dare you criticize a woman who wrote this article? Because most of this article is crap. That's why.
Right. It was a guy just as hard.
Yeah. You say you're doing an article. I think it was on Cyberpunk 2077, and you say, "Oh, I didn't do this, and I didn't do this in the game, but this is what happened." It's like, what are you doing? Break down the game the best you possibly can. Don't be like, I didn't have time to play this, and I didn't have time to do this. And so people deserve to criticize it because it's just not good. And then if it's a big YouTuber, oh, we got to go get them. We got to go after them. Yeah.
Almost sounds like Frost there. I didn't bother to play it.
Right. Exactly.
But I'll be a video game expert.
Oh, I know. Jeez. Do your research. Don't make yourself look like an idiot.
No, that's just it. They don't think
I know.
they're idiots.
Well, it's the same thing that Dungeons and Dragons thing. It's just that passive aggressive attitude, and it's like PBS NewsHour, shut up.
Mhm.
The gamer, just like you guys can. Nobody's going to tell you what to write, but if you don't think people are going to criticize these articles or ask, how is that going to work exactly?
Ask questions, yeah.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
well, but that article was even passive aggressive. It was fully
It was.
aggressive.
Yeah, it was.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
trying to be nice, I guess.
No, don't be nice. Just call it what it is.
Yeah.
The author, obviously, you can tell the author has an axe to grind.
And I want to know how much of Kingdom Hearts she's actually played. Has she actually played a game? Has she played hours of a game? What has she actually done? Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, how much of what she says she is BS,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To seek a commonality, he might say.
Yep. Exactly.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and post the next article into the chat, and I'll bring it up on screen because I think we need to talk about something else after hearing that word salad.
But this better not be word salad. That's all I got to say.
The next article comes from Geek Tyrant. It says Jack Nicholson explained he wanted his Joker in Batman to scare kids. All right. This is by Joy Parr. It was posted on Geek Tyrant just a day ago. And the author says, I was 11 years old when I went and watched Tim Burton's Batman on the big screen. I saw the movie at the iconic Chinese theater in Hollywood, and it's one of those few fun moving going experiences from when I was growing up that is seared into my memory, and it was a blast. Michael Keaton was awesome as Batman, and Jack Nicholson was incredible as the Joker. I was a huge fan of Nicholson's Joker as he brought the villain to life in such a fun and playful way. As a kid, I wasn't scared of the character. I enjoyed the fact that he was so twisted and sinister. But when Nicholson set out to bring his character to life, one thing he wanted to do as the character is scare kids. Nicholson previously looked back on playing Joker and how he was committed to a darker take on the Batman universe. He said, I was afraid because of my feel of the television series and the way movies tend to be done and talked about. I didn't want this to go through the normal, let's brighten it up for the kids. I thought this was a very strong in every way transitional movie about the genre and really why they wanted me in there. That transition to Batman from a campy vibe to a darker, more gritty tone that was previously established in the comics, Burton was the right man for the job to make this happen, and Nicholson wanted to bring that darkness to his version of Joker. When talking about wanting to scare the kids as Joker, he explained, my early experience in working for an audience full of children, the more you scare them, the more they like it. The worse you are, the better, because that was my response to the Joker. This is a hateful occurrence. This man, if you looked at it literally, every kid loves this guy, I believe. And it finishes off by saying, I guess that explains why I enjoyed his version of the villain so much. I mean, I enjoyed his performance as
Oh yeah.
Joker, and
Hmm.
to this day, I still
Very good.
hold the '89 Batman film in high regard.
Yeah.
It's still a quality film. I think Batman Returns is not a bad film either. I still enjoy that one. I obviously enjoy 89 better. Nicholson isn't my favorite Joker, but his performance was strong. And it definitely, there's been a lot of Joker performances that were strong. Even Sid Caesar, right? In 60s.
Romero.
Cesar Romero. Sorry, I'm thinking of someone else. My bad.
Said Caesar. Come on.
Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?
I say that to all my prey.
God, he's so good in that.
Yeah. Yeah.
A different take on the Joker, but yet still within the comic book realm.
Yeah, they're all the performances. I just personally like Heath Ledger's performance the best, but Nicholson's was strong. Yep. We've had a lot of. I mean, you got Mark Hamill with the voice acting. I mean, you got a lot of really good Joker performance. Even Joaquin Phoenix performance of the Joker was strong. I mean,
well, no, and everything about that article, I agree with on that one. They needed to distance themselves from the 66 series because so many normies were thinking that's what Batman is. And it's like, no, we're making this Batman. And they have that dark take, and Jack Nicholson's absolutely right. Kids do love to be scared. If you're in England growing up, you were behind the couch watching Doctor Who because they scared you. So you had to use the couch as a barrier, and just
right. And you see those things like the Daleks. They're not supposed to be like happy-go-lucky things. They're supposed to freak you out. Just like the I would say it's underrated. The black hole. Those robots are scary, man. They are not. And then you find out like they're the humans, and he did this to these people. It's horrible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Hi. But how many kids were scared of the Slee Stacks? Watching Land of the Lost. That was a pretty gritty show for a kids show. And and I tell you, even though they move slow, those Slee Stacks were still scary.
Yeah. Look at stuff like The Rescuers. Look at that dark tone it had. Look at stuff like Sleeping Beauty. I miss some of that dark tone they had. No.
It's because when we grew up and we watched these movies, we weren't coddled.
No.
We understood stuff. Yeah.
Yep. There's a darkness to Little Mermaid too. I mean, there's always a darkness. Like Elsa, was there really a darkness? Not really. I didn't really feel some kind of darkness like I felt in Sleeping Beauty or even Beauty and the Beast. You see the Beast. Yep.
Well,
Dawn isn't a good person. I mean, it's good, but this whole thing of going back and this goes back to the whole. We need villains so we can have heroes. We don't need anti-villains. We need villains. Nothing's wrong with having villains. And so now that we're saying in a society that there's something wrong in entertainment of having villains, it's just ridiculous. Let's
face it, because I have the perfect clip to play about it. When you say to someone in Hollywood, we need a villain. We need real good villains. We don't need a misunderstood anti-hero, but you tell them we need villains and they tell you this.
How about no?
Well, I mean, look how they watered down Boba Fett from being a true villain to the whatever it was in the Book of Booba.
I wouldn't even consider Boba Fett a villain.
Yeah.
He's a bounty hunter. He's a gun for hire.
Yeah,
If
primarily
you pay him enough,
yes, he did.
If you pay him enough credits, he'll work for you.
Yeah, he's more of a bad guy than a good guy. Let's just put it that way.
And we take away the mysteriousness of it too. Like the character isn't as mysterious as it should be, and it should be still mysterious.
Yeah, well, they ruined Boba Fett, the mystery of Boba Fett. You take a look at Darth Vader. I mean, they want you to make him more.
They can't mess up Vader. Disney will refuse. They won't mess up Vader. Even
they
didn't really mess him up.
So many people are wanting to not make him a little bit more milk toasted because they want to identify. They identify with the villain so much. It's like you identify with the performance. Don't get enamored.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. What?
I knew I kept that clip in there for some reason.
Yeah, there it was. That clip is the reason why it takes you longer to find the other ones you want.
I know. I've said it myself.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we need real villains. We're in a society right now that doesn't believe in good and evil, unless, of course, you're on the right of Marx. Um, you have, it's insane. I mean, they worship. So many people out there worship the bad guys and the villains, and
Mm-hmm.
and even looking at Al Bundy or Peter Griffin or Homer Simpson as the ideals of being instead of what they were satires of.
Right.
What the hell you say?
Yeah, they were
Exactly.
satires, and
Yeah.
Al Bundy. You sometimes felt bad for him. Other times, you're just like, no, because I can't say I didn't watch a lot of Married with Children, even if I haven't watched a lot of reruns in a long time. I can't say I don't remember a lot of episodes from the Bud Bundy one and the virtual reality to the Kelly and just all different. They had a lot of different scenarios and. The fact that he's a shoe salesman, but yeah, it's satire. But you're just like, well, they seem to live like trailer trash, but you also feel bad for Al Bundy. His wife is always such a gold digger.
Yeah. From Wake County, Wisconsin.
Bud deserves to have. Sometimes Bud, got what he wanted, but a lot of times he was screwed over, and Kelly was the bimbo, and but she
And
also
speaking
had
of
more to her character than just that, obviously.
And speaking of Married with Children, I was watching an episode recently, and I'd forgotten that Alan Thicke made a guest star appearance on
That's
Oh
right.
yeah.
Married with Children.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did. It's amazing. There was a lot of stars that made guest starring appearance on there. Tim Conway and people you wouldn't suspect.
Yes,
But
some sports legends made a appearance on there. Oh yeah,
yeah.
They expose a lot of issues that people would be shocked about. The no ma'am thing is funny, but all of it is satire. It just is. But that show got criticized even when it was on the air, and
Oh, yeah,
just like Three's Company and some of the stuff, because they're pushing boundaries and people don't know how to handle it. I get it.
Well, they're pushing boundaries, but they're not pushing our boundaries because Roseanne would literally have the same story concept that they did in Married with Children, like the season later, and they're praised for how they went to it. While they
Right.
Married with Children.
The only good thing I ever found besides the Roseanne's sister in that, I liked her, but was John Goodman. I always feel whenever anything related to Roseanne, the best thing about Roseanne was John Goodman. That's the one reason I would always I would say sometimes watch an episode of Roseanne. I was never really a big fan of that show. I still aren't. I'm still not a much of a fan.
I'd never cared for Roseanne, and I still remember when she's saying the national anthem before a Padres game and spit, but to call that singing, it was more like screeching.
And what was the that she was with? I can't remember.
Tom Arnold. Speaking of Tom Arnold,
what did that moron do now?
He's had some good roles.
He
had a good role in True Lies, was it? Yeah, True Lies. Yeah.
The last time I went to Chicago, this was in 2008, and I went to a Cub game. No surprise there. But he actually threw out the first pitch during one of the games I went to, because I went to 2 games the last time I was in Chicago. So he threw out the pitch the day before. The Cubs lost to the Reds 9-3.
He's a villain.
Yes. And then the next day, Cubs were playing the Pirates. They won 3-2. And I can't remember her last name, but her first name was Marissa. She was a Victoria's Secret model. And damn, she was good looking in person. I even still have a picture I took of her as she was walking off the field. Good memories.
That picture gave Mike a lot of lonely, cold nights to get.
Man, you just had to go there.
You had to go there, didn't you, Baron?
Baron needs to be.
Hey, if you don't want me to do it, don't set it up for me.
Oh wait,
no. I'm gonna play this.
You have the ring, and I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
Oh man, yeah.
Just trying to have fun.
That's great.
Who's having fun? I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
And I would still say that movie's underrated. I still feel it is.
Which one? 89 Batman?
Spaceballs. Spaceballs.
Spaceballs. Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It could have been better though.
It came to me. Her name was Marissa Miller.
Okay. Yeah, it was good. I agree, Baron. I didn't think Spaceballs was the funniest thing in the world, but it was good.
No. And the big problem with that is because, and he even said himself, Mel Brooks said that he kept it based down dumb because he didn't think sci-fi fans were that intelligent, and of course he was proven wrong.
Oh boy, did he say that? Oh.
Yeah. He said he purposely kept that kind of lowered down humor, which is why I think it misses the marks.
Mm-hmm.
Was he didn't think the science fiction, the people involved in science fiction were that knowledgeable about stuff. And,
oh boy!
Of course, they forget that how many people are in the history and science and all that stuff is like Mel. And he admitted he was wrong. So that's a plus.
Wow, dude, that's wow. I did not know that story. That's not good. It's just
don't ever assume.
Scorsese always talking about how Marvel films are theme park movies and all they are, and I'm like, are you jealous of them? And I think he was. I think he is jealous of them. Why would he keep bringing that up? Now they're a circus, but mostly. But
yeah. I mean, he's not too terribly wrong, but still, really.
I'm shocked.
Shocked and amazed.
And hello to the Padawannabe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen, we have 4 more stories.
Oh my!
Which one would you like to talk about next?
God help us all.
James Cameron wanted to snap.
Yes,
like
do that. Yeah.
All right. All right.
Hey, Britt, you still out there? We got this wonderful article for you about James Cameron.
Yep.
And would you like to do the honors and read that article, Baron?
Oh, you want me to do that? Sure, just a moment here.
Yeah. Let me put the link to the article in the chat.
Okay. Isn't that private one? Is it that bounty in the... Okay, I got it here.
I'll go ahead and share the screen.
Oh, you're going to show your screen? Okay. So, let me get my professional selling voice going here. Me. This article comes from Bounding into Comics. The article is titled, James Cameron says he supports Thanos' mass murder and depopulation agenda. Quote, I thought he had a pretty viable answer, unquote. This article is written by John F. Trent and dated a couple days ago, or actually yesterday, my apologies, February 21st. So, Avatar, The Way of Water director James Cameron recently admitted he supports the mass murder and depopulation agenda of Marvel Studios' fictional character, Thanos. And in Avengers Infinity War, Gamera explains Thanos' outlook on life, saying, the entire time I knew Thanos, he only ever had one goal, to bring balance to the universe by wiping out half of all life. He used to kill people planet by planet, massacre by massacre. Later in the film, Thanos further explains his worldview to Gamera while discussing his calling of her home world. When Gamera asserts she was happy on her home planet, as a child, Thanos countered, going to bed hungry, scrounging for scrapes, your planet was on the brink of collapse. I am the one who stopped that. He continues, do you know what happened since then? The children born have known nothing but full bellies and clear skies. It's a paradise. Gamma retorts, because you murdered half the planet. Thanos countered, a small price to pay for salvation. That kind of sounds like when we lose about half of our followers because of something, a snap of a finger.
Mm-hmm.
We continue on here. He goes on to explain, little one, It's simple calculus. This universe is finite. Its resources finite. If life is unchecked, life will cease to exist. It needs correction. When Gamera says Thanos doesn't actually know this, he responds, I am only one who knows that. At least, I'm the only one with the will to act on it. For a time, you had that same will as you fought by my side, daughter. Speaking with Time magazine, Cameron fully endorsed this evil worldview and ideology, telling the outlet, I can relate to Thanos. I thought he had a pretty viable answer. There's an Austrian that had a viable answer as well, and there was this Russian guy too that had a viable answer. And there's this Chinese guy that had a viable answer, and there's this guy in North Korea that has this viable answer.
You look throughout history, there have been rulers who have had the same viable answer.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to put that in there. My apologies. The problem is nobody is going to put up their hand to volunteer to be the half that has to go. Well, of course not. Everyone who supports this stuff supports it because they're still left over. The other ones are gone. They would have a different opinion if it was the other way around. But I continue. An Infinity War, during a flashback sequence, Thanos shock troops forcibly separate the Xenobrianians into two sides. One side is then brutally gunned down by Thanos' forces. Later in the film, Thanos takes it upon himself to obtain a fully powered Infinity Gauntlet and snaps his fingers and orders to wipe out half of all life in the universe. Cameron comments to Time came during the discussion about the production of Avatar, The Way of the Water, switching to catered vegan foods. So, oh my God, vegetarian, just like the little Austrian. I tell you, hand in hand, switching to catered vegan food so they wouldn't be seen as hypocritical when lecturing oil companies. Cameron explains, we couldn't lecture oil companies and turn around and eat hamburgers. That's a different type of oil, James. Never mind. In order to enact the decision to switch to vegan food, Cameron appeared to shroud his dictatorial decision via a council circle. Cameron relays, we all sat down together in a council circle. I said, this is what I want to do. If everyone wants to start screaming and throwing stuff at me, maybe we won't do it. But if people grudgingly nod, then we're going ahead. According to Time, no one objected to the council. Council grudgingly nodded. Okay, this has gone into a weird area here. Anyone else think this is okay?
You can stop if you want to stop.
No, I just want to make sure because I didn't know if that LSD flashback was hitting this time at this moment, so I feel better.
No. I was gonna say something before you said it.
Something in that same area.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. That's all I got for this. Is oh boy.
I mean, I'm just kind of going a little ahead in there. And okay, let's dive deeper into this insane asylum called James Cameron's head. And my big question too is why didn't the ADL start making comments about this? Geez, it's kind of funny. Cameron's comments and his clear pushing of this evil is indeed just that. It is evil. Killing billions of people in order to save the planet is evil and wrong. The Catechism of the Catholic Church, quoting St. Thomas Aquinas, teaches an evil action cannot be justified by reference to a good intention. The end does not justify the means. It further notes there are concrete acts that it is always wrong to choose because their choice entails a disorder of the will, i.e. a moral evil. One may not do evil so that good may result from it. How did we get into a theological philosophical thing here? I mean, I
Beats
have
the
no
hell out of
problem.
me.
I mean, I'm not against theological discussions, but boy, this went fast. This come on, escalated. It escalated. It escalated. I'm glad to do everything myself.
No, yeah, we can stop. We can stop.
Oh, okay, but I mean, I'm just going to scoot ahead, just see if there's anything that just might be. Cameron's come after an interview with Esquire Middle East that he's sickened by what has happened with guns in their culture. Oh, okay, so Cameron's talking about that. He said, looking back in the film, and realized,
Nope.
oh, that he's all upset that the Terminator fetishized guns. He's just, what's happening, guns? I'm happy. And of course, he's living in New Zealand because now he feels safe because of now it goes from religion to a Bill of Rights discussion. Okay, let's see. Of course, he said he cucked out and took some gunplay out, 10 minutes of gunplay out because, well, I was eating my vegan meals. Because what's this? I'm known as a, yeah, okay, so, yeah, so what do you think of the comments? Okay, I just kind of did a brief thing through there because this guy's an absolute friggin' moron. He makes a good film, but he's a friggin' moron.
He's another person from Hollywood that speaks out of his derriere and.
Well, what's disgusting is this guy is a Canadian, and that's not the disgusting part. No. The disgusting part, he's a Canadian who came down and got famous and rich in America and can do nothing but shit on America, and then runs off and makes comments that I'm in New Zealand now. Now, if he would have said that I moved to New Zealand because I wanted to be able to watch the All Blacks all the time, I can forgive you for it. But being a cuck boy like that, screw you, James.
Yep. And I do want to say hello to Horny Alf. How are you doing tonight?
He got into those blue pills again, didn't he?
But you want to know something, guys? I am so glad I didn't give James Cameron money for Avatar: The Way of Water or Dances with Wolves 2.
Yeah. Pocahontas 3, Dances with Wolves 2, Dances with Whales.
I'll say this. The Avatar 2 isn't a punishment. If you're going to watch it, you should watch it in 3D. But if you don't want to watch it, that's fine too. Just
I don't want to give people like James Cameron any of my money.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go out there and show your genocidal side. And it's like, isn't this what people like us are being accused of? And we're the ones that find it
he's a
repugnant?
nut, man. I mean, we've given
Oh, yeah.
money to all kinds of different people, and then you find out they're just different, and you're just like, ugh, why?
And like I said,
happen. Yes.
And like I said in the backstage there, it's like these people are all for it until unless their number comes up.
That's right.
Yeah, if you survive, you're always for it. Just like everybody in prison is innocent.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep.
So
you can watch their art, but as people, they just go. It seems like, do you ever shut up? Oh, you don't.
And I know the argument of separate the art from the artist, but when you're a renowned director like James Cameron and you're saying you support mass genocide, what the hell, man?
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
Well, he's not James Cameron's not a failed artist, but you got to be careful with people in the art industry. Look what happened with that one failed artist from Vienna.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, any final thoughts on this before we move on to one of the other three?
James Cameron, shut up.
We can enjoy your movies, but man, you say some ignorant things, James.
Yeah, sometimes it gets hard for that because it's like, you're about to hand over the money, and it's like, I support half the population getting massacred. It's like, okay, tucking it back into my pocket and walking away.
Yeah, it's like I said, the movie isn't a punishment. Avatar 2 or Way of Water or whatever, it's not a punishment, but there is some problems with that movie. There's some good values in there, but there's some problems with that movie too.
Oh, yeah. Well, the first
and you know what? For those who like the movie, good.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of entertainment, especially lately, that I go, if you want to see it, see it. If you don't want to see it, don't see it. It really doesn't matter.
I mean, if someone's going to go and see Way of Water or Way of Whales or Dances with Whales, whatever you want to call the film, it's like fine, go ahead and see it. I don't give a care. I mean, you just want to see the effects in 3D. That's pretty much you're there for the special effects show more than anything else. Just like the first one, it was like, ooh, look at this world. And James Cameron seems to be going that way of, okay, be more enamored with my effects than anything else. Forget the fact that I stole it from somebody else.
Well, that's the thing with a lot of movies, in my opinion, is it's more about the special effects than it is about telling a good, cohesive story.
Right.
Yeah, I can tell you guys, since I have seen it, that if you're going to watch it, and some people would disagree with me, but if you're going to watch it, you watch it in 3D. There is a story there. It's more, though, spoiler alert, whatever. It's more about the Colonel. The Colonel is still the star of the film, just like the second one. First one, excuse me. Just like the first and second one. He's still the star. He's the villain. He's still the
Stephen
same
Lang.
guy. Yes.
Whatever do you mean?
He is the star of the movie. I care more about him in this film than pretty much all the other characters. They're fine, but it's just the performance that he brings as a villain is very good. Yes.
Which is hard to do in this day and age, having to be able to let yourself go with doing a good villain.
Yeah. His son's a weirdo. It's like a bad Tarzan thing, and says the word bro a lot. Bro. What's up, bro? And then there's some like Free Willy stuff in there that I personally don't care for. But there is some family values. I know. There is some family values in this show. The tribes getting together. So you've got an Indian or Native American situation going on, just like the first one. But what I find funny about this movie, since it was brought up, is that they care so much about. I just find this funny that a lot of the white people, I guess, are only left on Earth, and they seem to be very evil, except one.
Well, I'm pretty evil.
The ones who turn into there might be one or two, but they're already turned into the Na'vi, so I don't count them as humans. They're a different species now or whatever. So, I just found it funny that this movie also had where these whale-like fish things, they are able to find basically the fountain of youth in their blubber, and I thought that was ridiculous. I'm like, what?
That seems weird.
Yes, it is weird, but you just have to watch the movie for yourself. It's enjoyable, but it's also not the greatest thing in the world either.
So what I can discern through your ramblings there, Cat, is that James Cameron has a fetish for whale blubber, but he's feels so guilty about it. He did everything with vegan to.
It's like these whale fish things, but yes, they seem more like whales. Yeah. So but the water sequences in 3D are impressive. But yes, there was definitely a bit of a rant there. It's just the story. I know, but the story is, as I said, there is a story there. There is something about friendship and some family values and people actually coming together. But there's some nonsense in the movie too, of course, that I found personally.
Okay. And any other words on that previous article before we move on to one of the next three?
I hope that you don't go poof when James snaps.
However you feel, right, and however you feel about James Cameron, go watch Terminator. Go watch Terminator 2. Go even 3 is fine to watch. then you can probably stop. Though I did hear the PG-13 one was good. Cameron is he does stuff, but even like Titanic, I'm not going to ever say that's one of the greatest movies ever made. The special effects in the second hour are impressive, but I still do not give two craps about Rose and Jack. I just don't in the first hour. I just don't care.
Yeah.
Or care enough.
You don't. You know, I never really cared about. Everyone was going nuts about Titanic, and it's like I don't.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, the boat sinks. I already know what happens.
Yeah.
Right. It does.
The boat sinks. Jack dies. Oh no! Did I spoil the movie? Well, the movie's been out for 25 years.
That's right. And yes, Jack could have shared that board with Dave. That's been proven too. He could have shared that board.
No, Jack was in the water.
I know.
Rose was the one that was on
Rose
that door.
Pulled him up.
Yeah.
But nope, I'm dying because I'm freezing to death. All right, whatever.
Well, he was trying to avoid that relationship too. He was like, this is a fast way out.
That's too funny.
All right. So, of our next three articles, we can talk about a crossover of the ages that pits TMNT against Street Fighter.
Huh.
We can talk about the new Hellboy movie that's been confirmed according to Superhero Hype.
Yeah. Wow.
Or we can talk about the other article Cash Money provided for tonight's show. Violent Night actor John Leguizamo says he was used as a pawn by Sony and Marvel to entice Michael Keaton into playing the Vulture in Spider-Man Homecoming.
It's just we don't if we don't want to read that arc, we don't have. It's just me whining like John Leguizamo. Oh, my feelings. It's like, dude, you still get roles. Shut the hell up.
And that's the article in a nutshell. Take it away, Mike.
I'll go ahead and put the link to the article into the chat. It's also in the description if anybody wants to read it.
The real reason why Cash doesn't want to have it read to be because he made fun of him so much with the other article.
No, that's not it. It's
I know.
It's funny. It's just gonna be me, acting like I'm whining like John Leguizamo is.
Aren't you?
Yeah,
probably.
Mm-hmm. These people. Well,
that's the thing, guys. These people.
But
and yet so many YouTubers say that. It's so funny. These people.
Yeah, but they don't say it like you.
Oh,
these people.
No, they do actually. That's the funny thing. They do say it like me. Mike's being bad again. Yep.
He's bad to the bone.
Mm-hmm.
Bad to the bone.
Bad. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
No,
wait. They used words from the song. Copyright claim.
Oh, we got claim now. Oh, good job. Okay.
But the article is basically talking about, it's just like John Leguizamo was complaining about how Luigi isn't a minority, and it's in the new Mario film. It's just like, are you looking for a role, Johnny boy? You just were in the menu, and I can say he had a strong role in that, but it's just another Hollywood weirdo, man.
Well, yeah, he always has been that way. But the thing is he's had memorable roles, whether it was Spawn or the Ice Age movies.
He was one of the best things about Spawn. Yes, I agree.
And it's like you're still you get roles. I think he's all pissed off because he's not a bigger star than he thinks he should be.
I think that has a lot to do with it. I really do.
Yeah.
So why don't you just work harder as an actor, and then you'll be recognized more. I don't.
Right.
Whatever.
Or maybe you don't fit the role.
Right. Maybe you don't fit the role. Yes.
No. Exactly. And that never happens, right? They never.
No, that won't.
That.
Oh, no, never.
All right. So Of the other two articles that we have for this show, would you like to talk about the new Hellboy movie being confirmed with Mike Mignola writing, or do you want to talk about the crossover of the ages?
Probably
think
the
I'm picking
crossover for the ages. I don't understand why the hell they think rebooting Hellboy is another good idea. However, I feel about Ron Perlman, he's a nutcase. Yeah, you heard that, Ron. I know you're big. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
Oh, you just lost a sub.
I don't care. Ron Perlman is a nut, but
Oh,
it doesn't matter. I still will always agree with him that there should have been a Hellboy 3 because there should have been. I don't care what anybody says. Hellboy and Hellboy 2 are quite enjoyable still to this day.
I still like the first one over the second one. Just
You
my
do.
take.
Okay. I still think the second one is quality though. But yes, I would probably say I like the first one better.
Yeah, well,
Right. And I know this article was from Saturday, but I just found it interesting because I was thinking to myself when I saw it, we already had a new Hellboy movie, and it bombed.
Yeah,
So
it did.
th-
It's a dumb idea.
This comes from Superhero Hype. It was posted on Saturday, the 18th of this month. It's by Luke Thompson, and it says rumors spread earlier this week, and now Deadline has confirmed Millennium Media will make a new Hellboy movie. It's an interesting choice given that the last Hellboy movie failed at the box office with star David Harbour probably correctly noting that fans seem too attached to Guillermo del Toro and Ron Perlman's version to accept a new take. Del Toro's Hellboy 2 pointedly ended on a cliffhanger, but threequel would have dealt with the apocalypse and required a bigger budget than the grosses justified.
ever noticed that David Harbour likes to whine a lot?
Yeah, he does.
He really does.
Hellboy, the Crooked Man, will take on a smaller scale story with creator Mike Mignola and Sean Golden adapting the script directly from the comics. Set in a small community in 1950s Appalachia, the movie will shoot in Bulgaria with Brian Taylor directing. As half of the duo, Neville Dean Taylor, he previously co-directed both Crank movies and Ghost Rider's Spirit of Vengeance. Though the movie's set to begin filming in a month, Millennium made no casting announcements. However, given that David Harbour's been pretty vocal with his disappointment over the last film, and Ron Perlman won't do one without Del Toro, Hellboy himself will likely get recast. In an optimistic statement, Millennium President Jeffrey Greenstein describes the Crooked Man as the first of many, calling it a departure from all previous Hellboy films, where Mike Mignola and the creator of the comics will finally shepherd an authentic version of his stories and characters in film form. Brian Taylor is an expert across the board, and I couldn't think of a better person to bring this story to life to show our audience this different and original Hellboy slate of films, assuming this film even gets released. They haven't even begun filming. We don't know the cast yet. The only thing we know about it is that the Hellboy creator is a part of it, and that it has a director.
Right.
First, the Crooked Man has to do well, though. Do you think it will? No, I don't think it will. People want to see that third Hellboy movie. I realize that the second Hellboy movie with Ron Perlman didn't do well at the box office, but you have an unfinished story. And in my opinion, people want to see the completion of that story.
Oh, yeah.
It would be nice.
I mean, honestly, when you can't leave things sometimes hanging open like that. They need to have the conclusion, or I can't remember what closure of a storyline,
Yes.
and they didn't get that. I mean, it's nice seeing that those the creators there that might have some balance in piquing people's interest, but I think yeah, I think there is a bit of people being enamored with Ron Perlman being Hellboy. I've seen it so much, and that might have been part of the reason why this other film didn't do as well. Might have strayed a little bit too much off the path of what Hellboy's about. They're hoping to do something based off one of the comics to be as pure to the comics. Well, maybe win people back, and that might have be something to intrigue people with. But just like you're saying, though, the Hellboy 2 films did not have that conclusion. Neither did the Snyderverse with DC. Isn't it funny how that's all left open now?
Yeah, it is.
Yep. It's a cruel thing out there that things have been left unresolved because we're not going to do a second one.
Or how many TV shows they leave it on a cliffhanger and that show wasn't renewed. So
right,
what you see is what you get.
Right. Yeah, the Alienation was such a which was odd because it was gained good ratings. That was the first time Fox actually acted like a real network and did a moron move. Taking it off, but they had the big enough cry at least that they did those TV movies, one of which was finishing off the storyline that was the cliffhanger. And that's why I get nervous when you do have some stuff that has that cliffhanger ending. I believe Space Above and Beyond series that ended with a bit in the air, as well as the reboot of V. That was left, hanging in the air. So it's yeah. Sometimes we just gotta let it go, and and view this as a stage production. You're not going to get the same cast of directors for these stage plays, but yet you keep on going and see it. So, and there's going to be a different take. At least go with that type of attitude. And if it's bad because of the sake it is bad, roast it.
Don't hold back.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But just go in there, and because it's not these people involved. That can be a ridiculous thing because sometimes people sit back and say that starts making the property better.
True. But in this case, I don't think doing another reboot of Hellboy is going to help the franchise.
No,
any way, shape, or form.
It's too soon to the other one. I mean, having that flop big time. I mean, they're probably maybe thinking that, oh, look at Hulk. The Hulk. What was which one was first? The Incredible Hulk or whatever. One of the Hulks didn't do well, so let's do another Hulk film, which did better. But basically, they were having to almost reboot in that short of time, so they're probably having that opinion about it.
Or you had the two Fantastic Four movies.
Yep.
With Jessica Alba as the Invisible Woman, and then you had Chris Evans as the Human Torch.
Yep.
And of course, Michael Chiklis as the Thing. And I'm blanking on the other actor. I'm sorry.
I can't either. And the thing about Michael Chiklis, he demanded that everything you see was, practical on him. No digitizing. He wanted to have a full-fledged a suit to go around it.
Yeah, because he loved the character.
Yeah.
And, my whole thing of bringing up the Fantastic Four movies, because you had the two movies that were released, and then they did a reboot of Fantastic Four, which flopped.
Big time.
And now Disney wants to do another one, which, I'm sorry, but there's comic book movie fatigue. Whether you want to admit it or not, there's comic book movie fatigue.
Release the Corman version of Fantastic Four. Some people say it's not a bad story. I've not seen it fully through, but some people say it's in some ways it's better than what we got.
Oh, who knows? It may be, but we may never know.
Well, we should head it down and have a watch party on that one. The Corman. I know it's out there. Crit might know.
True.
He swims through the high seas. Hey, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
What's that? That's interesting. Yeah, high seas.
Yeah. He goes to the store. He picks up a few packages of high C, and there you go. He sells
Yes.
the high C.
There we go.
Interesting.
No, I say he was swimming. He was swimming in it. He filled a swimming pool full of it and started swimming in it.
All right. So this is the last story, and then after the last story, we can just talk about whatever topic is on your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And this story comes from comicbook.com. It says Crossover the Ages pits the TMNT against Street Fighter. In the 1990s, Street Fighter and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ruled the fighting game industry. The upcoming comic book series engages them in a fight to determine who is the best. It says, in a hypothetical tournament, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would bring their unique martial arts skills and teamwork to face off against the Street Fighter series characters, Leonardo's katanas, Michelangelo's nunchucks, Donatello's bow staff, and Raphael's sais would be deadly weapons against the likes of Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, and Bison. It goes on to say the turtles' agility and acrobatics would make them difficult targets for the Street Fighters, but the latter's mastery of special moves and powers would make for an intense and exciting battle. Ultimately, it would be a clash of different fighting styles and abilities, with both sides showcasing their best moves to emerge victorious. As long as there's pizza at the end, I'm sure the turtles will be fine.
Yes.
It says the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Street Fighter cast will square off in an epic combat for the first time ever in the history of comic books. It says the characters have never entered each other's universes or engaged in combat despite having dominated 90s pop culture. This year's action figures set collections from Playmates Toys pitted the two teams against one another in four different matchups: Ryu versus Leonardo, Chun Li versus Michelangelo, Guile versus Raphael, and Ken Masters versus Donatello. This was the closest that these two teams have ever come to engaging in any kind of combat against one another. And there you see a panel from the book. IDW Publishing will now bring this ideal union to fruition. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles vs. Street Fighters, a 5-issue miniseries by Paul Allor, Ariel Metal, and Sarah Meyer, will begin publication in May 2023. According to the publisher, IDW has also provided a sneak peek at what is to come, including a first look at not just the cover art by Metal, but also one of the upcoming fights between Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle and Guile. The same solicit claims that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles vs. Street Fighter #1 will be released in May and will include a retailer incentive edition from Senzio Federici, as well as a variant cover by TMNT co-creator Kevin Eastman. It goes on to say the plot will center on turtles traveling to Atlantic City to take part in an elite fighting competition, since fighting tournaments are the reason the Street Fighter roster exists. Both teams immediately begin a feud with one another, eager to establish who has the superior fighters. They might have to put aside their arguments, though, in order to look into the city's inexplicable disappearances, which are probably connected to the tournament. Even more enigmatic, sponsor Allord discusses the initiative and some of the unusual connections that will develop.
Ooh.
Goes on to say, it feels amazing to bring these iconic brands together. I grew up with all these characters, though in very different ways, watching TMNT cartoons on Saturday mornings, and then a few years later, desperately smashing buttons while being absolutely destroyed at Street Fighter 2. Readers are going to have so much fun watching these characters come together as they face an enormous threat to both teams, from Mikey and Chun Li's unlikely bond to Raph and Guile's rivalry and mutual but very grudging respect. And it also goes on to say this book has it all: humor, danger, a massive number of twists and turns, and a ton of amazing, brutal, over the top bonkers fight scenes. It's going to be a blast. It finishes off by saying the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are now involved in a crossover with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Crossover fights are nothing new for either squad. In fact, the TMNT crew has collaborated with just about everyone, including the Ghostbusters and Batman. The same is true for Street Fighter characters who famously played video games with characters from the Marvel Universe, Super Smash Bros., and even the Power Rangers. Street Fighter and the Team NT have frequently crossed paths with other 90s legends as iconic emblems, but this is the first time the two have genuinely come together. Fans will undoubtedly watch competition intently to see whether the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or the Street Fighter squad prevails, because both teams and their brand titles in general are so closely linked to combat. IDW Publishing will release Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles vs. Street Fighter number 1 in May 2023. I just thought that was an interesting story, and another reason being a fan of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when I was younger, and admittedly still being a fan of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles now, and also playing many of the iterations of Street Fighter, whether finally being able to play the original Street Fighter on a collection of Street Fighter games for the 30th anniversary edition, or the many editions of Street Fighter 2. You know, I could see where they would get the idea of pitting the two together in the story. Now, as far as the story itself, don't know how it's going to shape out. I would have to read it, and I'll be honest, the last comic book I picked up was Iceland. So, again, I just thought that was interesting, and that's one of the things I try to do here on Pop Talk is, find an interesting story, maybe a story that nobody else will talk about.
It's interesting with IDW. They love the pair up things. You know,
Mhm.
you know, they did the what was it Doctor Who and Star Trek pair up, and all the other ones. Is just they're crazy in that way.
I can't believe IDW is still around. I was looking the other day and I found my role playing game of Turtles that I had many years ago. So.
Yeah. IDW even did a crossover between Transformers and Star Trek.
Yeah.
Where the Enterprise actually transformed.
Of course.
Of course. Insane.
So, gentlemen, is there any pop culture news or any topics that you would like to discuss that we haven't discussed so far?
Well, let's see. I'm trying to think some of the stuff that's out there. We already got Cameron's an idiot. I kind of dropped out with it. Other than what's his name? Who played Hellboy in that Obama and this Stranger Things, and sounds like he's whining about that it should come to an end. So it sounds like he doesn't want a job no more.
Which wouldn't surprise me. And
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the guy might be a good actor, but he's a little kooky. I mean, it is a wee bit kooky. But then again, that's a lot of Hollywood, right, Cash?
A lot of them are nuts. I mean, look at what Jennifer Lawrence said recently. I mean, just Viola Davis with the whole thing of the Woman King. I mean, it just goes on.
wait! How dare you say disparaging remarks about Jennifer Lawrence, the first YouTuber, the first human on this planet? She's the one that established everything that we're doing now. She made the first wheel. Let's not forget that. It's because of her we have wheels. It's because of her we have YouTube. It's because of her we have video game consoles and computers.
And Simeon Liu. So Simeon Liu.
Yeah, and it's because of her that this happens. See that's from Jennifer Lawrence. She went to the school of Jennifer Lawrence. Badassery.
Oh, great! You know what he just did with that clip, Aaron. You just got the attention of one Phil McCracken. I know he was here earlier, but you probably got his attention once again.
Well, I was just that was my Phil checker. Say.
I mean, I'm not gonna. It is impressive. She blocked a chair, but it's just funny how obsessed she was.
I wonder if she takes Taekwondo.
It's kind of like a cute Dairy Queen girl.
Well, it's just when you look in that, you're like, is all Waffle Houses that ghetto? Ridiculous.
Well, if Phil goes there, yes.
Like idiots.
I mean, if Phil goes there, yeah, this is.
Yes, and I'm sure ghetto is now considered a bad word to people. Whatever.
Yeah, well, you better be careful. Phil's in the ghettos of Delaware.
He always wants to tell me about
Phil might say, all praise Waffle House girl.
Yep. Mm-hmm. In fact, I think that's the name of his gang. It's the Waffle House guy, girl lovers or something like that. And then they challenge other people to dance rumbles. They're doing their little dance rumbles.
Well, it's Waffle House versus the IHOPs.
Yeah. Oh. We got $1 million idea for a film.
Yes, I agree.
Coming this summer. You thought it was safe to go to an International House of Pancakes. Then you were wrong. You look across the street, and what do you see? Waffle House. This film is directed by Phil McCracken.
Mm-hmm. And the big secret at the end is they're all being played by Pan and Cook-a-Goose.
What?
You never heard of Pan and Cook-a-Goose?
No.
Oh, that's kind of a Dutch kind of restaurant you went to.
I was worried you were taking the wrong pills again, Barry.
I actually have.
I wasn't sure where this was going.
I don't know where it's going either. It's like, hey, you guys don't know what Panacook-a-Goose is. I pity you guys.
I can hear the long suffering laughing going, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Pity them. Pity them.
They don't know.
Oh, you heard that.
No, we don't know. But
what is that? An East Coast chain or something?
It's got to be a Midwestern chain.
I was in the Midwest here. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's more than around. But
unfortunately, we don't have one here in California. So.
Well, have you heard of Perkins?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I don't think we have a Perkins here either.
And would you like to know the results of the poll since I just closed it?
What's the results of the poll?
The results of the poll with 7 votes. Well, the majority said they would not play a Tomb Raider style Disney princess game. You have 86% saying they wouldn't play it, and then you got one person who said they would. So I guess kudos to that one person.
That's probably the one who wrote the article.
That's Crit. That's Crit.
Crit's excited about that.
Oh yeah.
I say kudos because better you than me.
Yeah.
I'll stick with Tomb Raider. Thank you very much.
Oh
Hey.
my.
Yep.
I would too if I had a chance.
Oh boy.
Bump bump.
Yep.
Well, Mike's the one that put the heavily suggestive comment out there.
I did. I threw the pitch. Barron swung.
He swung.
He did.
Swing and a hit.
Yep, it was.
Cash didn't have to worry about, becoming a strike and hitting him in this face guard.
Nah. If Cash got hit by the ball, he'd be whining and crying. I'd get out there from the dugout and say, "Get up on your feet."
I had about an 85, 65 mile an hour fastball many years ago hit me right in the chest. Man, that hurt.
Oh,
11 years old.
I thought this was the origin story of the chin. They hit you right in the face and the chin.
No, sorry, that's always been my chin. Don't be jealous of my chin now, too.
I am. I am jealous.
It was an August summer day. The day I got my chin thanks to a baseball.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like a rite of puberty, Most guys have the saggies, pop out, and for chin it was therefore Cash it was the chin.
But I can remember getting hit by a baseball. It was Thursday in June. June of 1991. And yeah, it hurt. It hit me right below my right eye.
It hurt, man.
I remember the last time I got hit with a baseball. It was my daughter at a very young age, and we're playing catch back and forth, and one of her pitches went straight to the happy sacks. There's Daddy. Mommy, why is Daddy digging and scratching in the ground and cussing and swearing and what tears are coming out of his eyes?
Well, I don't have a clip of an umpire saying strike, but as far as that pitch is concerned, strike!
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure this was you after you got hit in the nether regions.
Yeah.
You're gone!
For a while there, I was wondering if they might have been gone after the heat.
Yeah, just have to mention this. Paul tried to be funny and say that I'm going to play a Persona game on easy mode. No, Paul. No. Never.
Well, that came out of left field.
Oh, yeah, it did.
It did. Yep.
It is Cash bringing his wars into our arena, getting us involved.
He might be. He might be.
He's an instigator. He really is.
Sometimes.
Got to remember, Cash still is Paul's manager. I have not heard that there was a break in that business, really.
No, I haven't heard about any formal, announcement saying I hereby resign my services as manager of one Master Paul of the Star Wars guys after he lost his lightsaber fight to Mexican Iron Man. And as a broadcaster watching that video, I gotta say, Mexican Iron Man did not cheat.
He didn't cheat. Paul was not ready.
He played fair. He played fair. Paul wasn't ready. Paul wasn't ready. Paul should have been ready. As a fighter, you need to be in that fighting stance at all time, and Paul wasn't in his fighting stance. Mexican Iron Man saw it, and Mexican Iron Man said, "You're gone, kid."
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Here, I thought the big reason why was because he said he liked the loss of Next Generation.
Yeah, I'll give him credit.
Oh man,
I'll give him credit, but I might regret saying this live on stream. But I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. At least he's not saying he likes Move Along Home.
Yeah, like Crit does.
Oh yeah, we know Crit likes Move Along Home. We know Phil McCracken likes Move Along Home. After all, Phil McCracken
don't
likes
even
seeing
remember.
Alan Moraine count to 4, Alan
I
Moraine,
don't-
then 3 more.
I don't remember that episode.
I think
Smart,
most
very smart, very smart.
Remember it.
But you have to watch that episode in order to go through the whole series. Nope. That's not a permanent skip.
Wait, that's a Deep Space Nine episode, right?
Yes,
That's
yes.
correct. Oh,
wow,
that wasn't me. But it's my wife. She's got pneumonia, bronchitis, COVID,
Ugh.
and what else? What else can I make up too? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm lying.
Things, of course. Liar.
Yeah. No, she was giving me a look there. I got.
Oh, you got the look.
I got the V look. Yes. You're probably going to see a retort in the chat.
No, we're going to see an announcement on Twitter. I, Baron Ormantag, do apologize for my actions earlier today. I was not myself. I was under the influence of Doc Pop and the evil Cash Money 007.
All right.
See how you got lumped into it there, Cash Boy?
Hey.
I do.
Got something going on there, Cash Money.
Oh, wow.
Cash Money is a villain. Just ask Phil McCracken.
Yeah. Well, we also say Phil McCracken's the devil, too, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, true. So let me ask you guys this: is there an article that you'd like to talk about?
Oh God, I saw a couple things, but I just can't remember it, and I can't remember if I already talked about it with you guys or not. My poor brain. This is what happens when you get old. People don't get old.
I don't want to get old, but I'm gonna.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. You know what is this thing? I have to ask this stupid question, and I realize it is. What is with this trending hashtag of they threw beans on him? I don't understand what the heck that is.
I don't get it either.
Okay,
I'm missing the whole context of where it originated from.
Okay, I thought I was the only one that's been kind of out there, but okay.
Cash, do you know?
Oh, he would.
I had never really heard of it, anything like this. What's going on?
You mean our own Twitter warrior who stays up for hours on end throughout months, days,
The
weeks?
endurance medal.
Doesn't know?
Yeah, he got that endurance medal.
I don't know what you guys are even really talking about. Is this some new trend? Seriously,
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I haven't really heard of it until you just brought it up.
Okay, I just was noticing this thing. It was on the Twitterverse here, and all this stuff about, and they threw beans on him and strange stuff. I don't know.
I did not see that. Was that trending at one point or
Yeah,
something?
that was trending.
Weird.
Yeah.
Nope, don't know.
And they keep on referencing the superhero who has crosses instead of arms and hands because he's more of a Christian superhero.
Yeah, I'm just what I do see trending right now on Twitter. One of the things trending in gaming is GameStop, and they're making fun of GameStop again.
I do want to say hello to John Rindle real quick.
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Rindle. Yep.
Welcome, Mighty Super Wrench.
I also see Stargate trending on my end of Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that earlier too. I
do not see that right now. Let me see.
Yeah, Stargate is on my thing is Stargate, Trump Water, The Bad Batch, and Doctor Who.
Konami is trending on my end, but it's down lower. Weird. Are they yelling at Konami again? Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know what they're. I go to the hit that thing. It's like they just got stuff from all over the place. So it's that they're not even pinned down to one specific thing.
Yeah,
For
I mean,
Stargate, that is. Yeah.
yeah, I just clicked on it myself, and I don't see anything that's really standing out. You know what? My first thought when I see Stargate trending is, are they announcing a new series? And we already know that a panelist who has been here before, Gap After Dark, would have a lot to say about that.
Gap. Who is this Gap After Dark?
He's a Stargate fan.
There's Stargate fans out there.
Yeah, yes, Gap After Dark. You know,
Oh,
there's an episode of Pop Talk. It was an
it was.
open panel where we found out that he and Cash. Well, if I can find the right audio clip, it would suit what I'm trying to go after here.
Boy. Oh, making fun of
But you know,
if Ronnie was around, he would be.
Gap and Cash, we didn't know, but they had a budding bromance.
They were. Yeah, it was. Yeah. There was that, and then we heard little things. Like,
I don't know. I
Cash
think
money
Phil
can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, no, but and it was even worse for Phil and Gap. They just kept talking over each other.
Well, yeah, you wanted to ask, how long have you guys been married?
I don't say this to me, man. I say it because it's funny. They're like an old married couple.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Phil and Gap are definitely. They act like it's funny.
I want my Buster Bars. You can't have any more Buster Bars, Phil. You already finished the whole box. I want more.
It makes you constipated.
Maybe Crit has a point. You know, is The Last of Us the show that we need? It may be. I don't know.
You know, I didn't care for this last episode. I really didn't. I thought it moved too slow.
Oh, 6.5. That's right.
6.5. Most of the episodes have received a 6.5 except for 2 of them. And now we're going into episode 7. And we'll see. We'll see. But no, The Last of Us is not the show we need.
Yeah.
At least not for me. You know, if you like the show, fine.
Yeah.
If you don't like the show, fine.
It's fine too. People are also having mixed feelings about the Bad Batch. Some of my friends call it the babysitter batch.
Yeah.
Batch. I don't know. They said that they don't really have a very good direction for season 2. They just keep going on failed missions and stuff. I said, ugh.
Yeah, I see that's trending on mine too. The Bad Batch.
Interesting.
Well, you know, they're starting to do this big trope thing where they have to have some sort of kid figure along with them. You know, like Grogu. So now they have this genetically sex changed Boba Fett or Jango Fett, I should say.
Well, no, it's just Omega. I just worry that people are like, "Oh, Omega's going to become." Disney would do this. Potentially, they'd be like, "Omega's more important than Boba Fett," and you're just like,
Yeah.
dude, it's sister, okay? Can't they both be important? Why does I don't know? I just can see them doing that crap, but yeah. Star Wars for me personally is just a hit and miss. And I would tell a lot of people watch it or don't watch it. It's just some more entertainment. It really doesn't matter. Yes, I enjoyed Andor, but I didn't feel much, and I've said this at least a few times. Omega or like Kenobi or the Book of Boobaloo, like it doesn't. As a longtime Star Wars fan, it doesn't really make you feel much. Star Wars should always, any series that is made should make the majority of the audience feel a lot. Yes. And I just
John Rendell's asking The Last of Who. It's this show on HBO Max called The Last of Us. It's based on the PlayStation game called The Last of Us that came out for the PS3, and then it was remastered for the PS4.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a sequel which a lot of people do not like for one particular reason.
Yep.
And as far as the show, taking from the source material and adapting it to the television series. I've seen some things comparing what actually happened in the game to what actually happened in the series, and I'm thinking to myself, you had perfectly good source material and you dropped the ball. Now, I haven't played the game, but I'm just basing it off what I've seen.
There's just certain things that the thing is, it doesn't matter if characters are gay, trans, and this. What it sure comes down to is it always needs to is you have all this money, you can make really anything you want, and make us always care about the characters. Star Wars from Riva, for me personally, some people I know care about that character. I don't. Um, I know it's terrible, but just the other character, or they show a character for 5 minutes and they go, "Come on, care about him." I'm like, no.
Yeah. Well,
No, not.
that's been all with the whole Disney verse of Star Wars.
Right. But when you watch,
we have to push in people's faces.
Right. But when you watch something like Dirty Harry, you care about the bartender, you care about the doctor. They make you care because he's helping him. What we're finding out, it's pushing the story further. Like that's what it should be.
You care about Dirty
characters.
Harry.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And you see he has some good people around him, even though he doesn't like a lot of people. But it's also his persona. Let's say.
Yeah. It's just Harry. He's. I get the dirty jobs.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, well, that's just it. I brought this part up. Also, is the line in Star Wars where Obi-Wan has that little soliloquy about what all happened. It brought you right up to, okay, this is the history of this universe, and a couple paragraphs. And it was still ambiguous enough that it's like, well, what happened? You always had that nagging, what's this Clone Wars? What's this is all about?
Yeah, and, that question mark.
Right. And the thing is, 2 paragraphs, and now you have to have 2-3 episodes to try to encompass what was, was done in just those 2 paragraphs.
Yeah. It's just right, exactly. It's the same thing. What we'll go with something like Resident Evil. Well, Resident Evil started off pretty good, I thought, and then it's just they wanted to go with action. They made all these films. Okay, fine, but you're still not showing exactly what the story is with the zombies and the cure. They started it, but then they go away from it. And even though they did one, they're like, this is closer to the game. It's not, and. Because they race swap characters. Look, you can do all the stuff you want, but it's lazy. If the characters are white in the game, they're white on the screen. I'm sorry to break people's, whatever, but that's make people upset. But that's just the way it is. Wesker's a white guy. These characters are white. That's just what they were. So, just keep going with that stuff. I don't know. I just would like a Resident Evil, and even I would like another more. I didn't see the latest Mortal Kombat movie. Some people liked it, like the live action one. I want more that's like based on like Mortal Kombat 9 or whatever, or just stop doing these because they still seem to care enough about stuff like Power Rangers. I know I think there's a new live action Power Rangers movie coming out.
I don't know.
I
think there might be.
I don't know.
But they can always it's always just do better. And they can always do better.
Yeah.
Say if they wanted to do like a Samus live action film. It's like what you do is you can have her talk a bit, but she's basically going on to destroy these aliens that are affecting the planet or whatever. They can make this stuff work, but they have to be like, you know what, we're going to do this a lot like the game. Not everything has to be like the game. I get that, just like the comics. But if they want to go in an area with more source material, I really think it would, and they do it well, I think it would be, people probably would be like, here's money.
Yep. I mean, that's all folks want. If you're going to base, a movie or television show off a book, try to stick as close to the source material as you can. I realize there are certain things you cannot produce in live action like you can, with your imagination by reading, the sentences in a paragraph for the story. But you know,
Well,
just show respect to what inspired it. And the bad thing is that you have somebody like Neil Druckmann who was part of the game. He's part of this live action series, and he's allowing these changes to be made.
Yes,
yeah.
because he's one of these woke people. And when he had less say at the company, Naughty Dog was just on a really good path, in my opinion. But once he got more say and he got a raise and he became a person who was, he just had more power. We'll just say he has more power in the company. He got a higher position, whatever. It's just what you see is what with The Last of Us 2 and how The Last of Us series is going to end. It's going to end pretty much the same way as the game. You're going to see stupid Abby. I don't care what anybody says. It looks like some kind of whatever. And it's just going to go that way. Now, The Last of Us can be an enjoyable show, but is it one of the greatest video game adaptations ever? I don't know. There hasn't been that many anyways. There's been some that have worked, and then they do a second movie, it doesn't work, and they can make this work. If you want a good blueprint, especially now, you look at the Sonic movies. Follow that. There's a lot to like there.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the tricky job. You have to, because it's translating. You have to be a good translator to take one property to another. Whereas, a video game to a movie, or a comic book to a show, or even those things brought into a video game itself.
Bring on the people who worked on this too. So.
Right. And it's. Where was I going with that? He derailed me. But blah blah blah, yada yada yada. That's what I was trying to point.
But you know what? I'm highlighting this comment from John Rendell because I would actually go see this movie, Mighty Morphin Transformer Turtles.
That'd be pretty crazy.
Oh. Hi, Janet.
Hello, Janet.
Hello, Janet. How are you? Has anyone ever done a movie or a game of Doc Savage since that movie in the 70s? Not that I'm aware of.
No, nothing in form. No, I don't think so at all. Only in either comic or novel form. That's the only thing I can think of. Doc Savage, Man of Bronze.
And I'm sorry about that, Crit. So, to make amends, I will make you a mod.
Oh, no.
And they'll take it away again.
Take it away.
So, there you go. Guess what? He's a managing mod. So,
dun.
Oh, no. You had to do that. Oh,
Yep. You know what? If you guys want to keep going, I'd be willing to keep going, but I think I might just open the door and let a few people in.
Oh, okay. Well, make sure it's on both
to,
sides. Yeah, make sure it's on both sides. Yeah.
I will.
Make sure it's on both sides. There, yeah. It'd be great if you could do. In case you didn't know, you put it on both sides.
There you go. There you go.
I'm a little flighty today. I have to confess.
I know I said Sunday's show was the last open panel of the month. It was, but this is just a surprise, Just
he lied. He lied to us.
I didn't lie, just expect that there might be some episodes where I just do this. Right?
Dun, dun, dun.
That's because he's one wild and crazy guy.
I'm not going to tell you guys when. Nope.
No.
He's not going to tell us when. It's a surprise. Surprise.
Here we are. Get your floaties.
Get your raincoat.
That's right. Come on in. The water's fine. We can talk about anything but politics.
And no, the bubbles aren't from the jacuzzi jet either.
I know that. Why do you think I'm not in the jacuzzi? Wait. We got some. We got some.
It's something that has the fountain of youth in his blubber.
Yes. According to an article that we read and stuff, but where's that? Where's that damn clip? I got too many damn clips.
Aww.
There it is.
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
Crit might care. Crit might care. Crit's the panelist we need on this panel right now. Go ahead, Crit. Fire away at what we were talking about earlier.
That's a good start.
Phil.
You guys are wrong.
Clone trooper women. I don't know.
Hey, John.
Hi, John.
Hi there. How's everybody?
Good. Hope you're doing well, brother.
Better than I was, yes.
Good to hear it. Hey, John.
Hi, John.
Hello.
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah. We'll
that
get
was
you
me.
later. Yeah, we'll get you later. Don't worry.
Hello.
we always have revenge here. Sometimes
I'll let it slide. I'll be merciful.
Be merciful to me, a poor sinful being.
Baron, on the other hand, Baron the Cruel.
That's me.
But by the way, I want to put something in the private chat. You guys react to it however you wish.
Okay.
But there's been this video going around Twitter today, and I just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts.
Okay, sure.
I'm not going to play any of it here on stream, but I will go ahead and post a link to it in the chat. And
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
There we
why.
go.
Oh no! I think I saw something about this. Oh no! Yes. Please, Lord, please let the four horsemen loose, please. Let's just bring it to an end.
Oh boy!
Just kill me now.
I think it's cringe. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Do the Urban Annie? That must be. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about something else going to be saying to 24/7 because he actually posted this on Twitter. Because those are the Whoa! Where did that come from?
Whoa!
I think it came from John.
It's from John.
You
We're having
rock
some
boy.
technical difficulties here.
Yeah, this whole show.
So was
And
that
I
the
gotta
thing?
Say this
with
whole
people
show
singing
can be
rap?
technical.
Was that the whole thing with this girl singing rap?
Yeah, they're calling it. What are they calling it? Something. What is?
Well, the one I got it from says, "What is this?" And I gotta agree.
Yeah.
Hip hop. That's the name. HICK apostrophe HOP. They're calling it hick hop. Somebody.
It's sad because I live up country and seeing country girls singing rap, there's just something wrong here. something very, very wrong.
Isn't
Well, it's
can't
not very
TikTok
good for
burn?
starters.
No,
Can't
it's horrible.
can't TikTok just burn and something else replace it? I
Yeah.
really would love to see. I know we have different social media platforms, but I would really love to see how much education people are actually getting out of TikTok. What I hear from the younger
Wait,
people,
cash. TikTok and education. Think about
there's
it.
some on there. There's some on there. Some people, there's some good education on there. There has to be some good information on TikTok that people are putting out.
To the glory of the Grand Republic of China.
I just feel like TikTok can burn, and then something else can replace it. Made in America.
TikTok and education go together like chocolate pudding and onions.
Right. Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, just some people would say it was a blessing they couldn't hear us, but
Trust me, Janet. What I posted in the link, you may want to mute your sound.
Yeah.
Oh God, hiccup. Yeah. I was going to ask 24. Since that's where the rappers on Texas are like there. I mean that Bill 24 lives there, and so does Vigilante.
Well, people are becoming famous, if you want to call it that, because of TikTok. I don't know, but
TikTok.
I think there's a lot of videos out there, just like stuff.
Can we see?
Can we
see the Phantom Bulligans on TikTok?
We will not see the Phantom Hooligans on TikTok, Orca Boy.
Nor will you see PACIFIC414 on TikTok.
Yeah. We should see. I'm waiting for the TikTok of Orca Boy, where Crit will give us facts about whales. I think people watch
whales.
that. I think 30 seconds. Yep, about whales.
You know what was on the 19th, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
Wasn't that the same day 9
day-
whales died, though? I know that we're
The same day of a certain kind of mammal celebrating. Yeah.
Isn't that the same day 9 died, though, in New York, or was that the next day? I can't remember.
That was New York. That's a
Horrible.
cesspool. So yeah.
Horrible.
They throw
Whales should
their
not be
trash.
dying
They throw,
on the beach.
I hope I don't offend anyone, but they probably throw their trash all the time, and they're in the Hudson. Yeah.
I think shots are being fired here, folks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting back letting the rope get let out there, so they got enough to hang themselves there.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
All right. Let the chat know that none of these guys have seen John Wick except Cash.
I've seen the first one. Yeah.
I haven't seen any of John Wick movies, so I can't say whether they're good or whether they're bad.
There's a lot of movies that people either want to see or not see, man. I mean, how many movies?
Well, I think. Well, no, it's just a matter of missing good movies. A lot of people missed Alita, but they'll go see this Marvel trash every week. What's it this time? Ant-Man.
Quantumania. I'm waiting for. I don't know.
I know we took a look at the box office on Sunday when it was released, but let's take a look at what the actual numbers were.
Oh,
it's made. I think it's made worldwide though, at least 400 million, which isn't bad. I don't think this movie's going to make over $1 billion. I'd be shocked.
Mm-hmm. I've heard people criticizing that's not that good. I don't know. I'm just hearing so. Either way, it's not influencing me to go see the movie. To be honest with you. Because it's just like Lord Crit says, it's another one of those superhero whatevers. It's like fatigue.
Yeah, according to the latest weekend, it made 106.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm kind of at an impasse. I understand the fatigue of superhero movies, but we're giving Star Wars and stuff a pass.
I'm not giving it a pass.
Nope.
Not you. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm just saying in general, people are giving stuff like Star Wars, Picard a chance. I'm like,
Well, I mean, we're gonna watch episode 2 Sunday, so.
Well, listen.
Okay.
I'm not gonna, bash somebody if they like Picard season 3.
No.
No.
I'm just saying it's still not. I'm just saying it's not the best Star Trek out there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Stop being mean about it.
I don't know. I really find it weird how dark it is.
No.
I'm just saying it's still not. I'm just saying it's not the best Star Trek out there.
No.
Wow.
I mean, the first episode, it's just like that Raffi character, and I know she's been in the series since what, the first episode? Yeah.
Yeah,
I just don't know why.
First season.
First episode, first season, and I just don't know why I'm supposed to care about her.
And then you find out that she has a canon lesbian relationship with 7 of 9, which is weird. Like,
yeah,
well, that's sad.
That's sad.
What a waste of a perfectly good set of tits.
Wow. Wow, that escalated quickly.
It did. Is that true, Crit, that Raffi's got some lesbian relationship?
Apparently.
7 of 9? Oh my gosh.
Welcome back, Janet.
Was it 7 of 9?
Yeah.
Voyager?
At the end of season 1, you see Raffi and 7 holding hands and
really?
Yeah.
Holding hands, watching me, watching you. Sweet 7 of 9.
She'll assimilate you.
Mike, that was in Voyager? That she was holding hands with Raffi in Voyager?
Not in Voyager, Cash. It was
in Picard.
Never know. Okay.
No. At the end of Voyager, 7 and 9 and Chakotay were in a relationship. Spoiler. But again, that shows almost 30 years old.
That's crazy.
You're going to try to tell me that Bruce Willis was dead in that one movie?
Yes, he was dead.
Well,
yes, he was, Barrett. Yes, he was.
Willis is now officially that is, of course, some big entertainment news because of what's going on. He's officially pretty much retired from acting.
That's why he did all that forgettable. Those direct to DVD. He was getting work, even though he could not function. Right? Yeah.
He's had an overall impressive career. TV, movies.
He has. It's just unfortunate about his circumstances.
Oh yeah.
It really is. I mean, he was an action star. Yeah, he was in Moonlighting with Sybil Shepherd, but he became an action star once Die Hard hit. And
yes.
And basically it kind of ruined JMS's plans. He wanted he looked at Bruce Willis as being Michael Garibaldi on Babylon 5. So what did they get? Well, they got, and it's not a cruel statement, but they got the Wish Bruce Willis with Jerry Doyle, and it's a joke because I think he did a great job in the show, anyways. But Bruce Willis, of course, then he got shot to fame. It's like, okay, can't even think about asking him to be a part of the show. But all the way through with all those movies, good and bad, that he put out there. Yippee-ki-yay! I mean, he's so known for using his voice and not being able to use his voice. The little snappy comments and such.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely known for that.
Well, that happened to what was the one fella's name in The Great Escape? Was it Attenborough? They ended up having to dub his voice with somebody else.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Not Attenborough. It was the other guy, older guy.
Not Holden.
No. I could have told you his name an hour ago, but
Yeah, that sounds like.
But
Well,
yeah, he was a famous British actor, prolific career. But when The Great Escape came around, his voice was gone. So they had to have somebody dub his voice in, and it was very close to his voice.
Well, and they had the same thing with the Clouseau movies. David Niven in the one that when he was filming the one, it was towards the end of his life, and he barely could talk. So Rich Little actually was the one that provided the voice for David Niven. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Well, did you know the first Mad Max movie was fully dubbed in English?
Yes. Yeah, when it came here to the States, yes.
That was an interesting fact. Another thing is the actor for the Lone Ranger movie was so bad they ended up dubbing his voice with another actor because he's just not good.
Are you talking about Arnie Hammer's Lone Ranger?
No, there was back in the 80s when they made a Lone Ranger movie with it was actually a big controversy back then because they basically took the rights from the original Clayton Moore, who kind of saw himself as the Lone Ranger. He loved being the Lone Ranger and said, "Oh, you can't be the Lone Ranger anymore at cons and stuff. So you better not use Lone Ranger. We'll see you because we have this movie coming out." And basically, everyone thought that was just unfair and cruel because Clayton Moore is the Lone Ranger.
He was wearing sunglasses instead of a mask, and then to a certain point, though, he went back to wearing the mask at the end. So. Clayton Moore. Yeah, that's the studio. That was actually the first time I saw Christopher Lloyd because how young I was in a part where he was being the bad guy because he was the bad guy in that film, and it's like this is Reverend Jim, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how many of you guys watched David Letterman, in the early years. Talking about it in the later years, but when he used to, have Jay Thomas on for his Christmas show, and he would tell the story about he and a friend actually took the Lone Ranger to a convention, and on their way to a convention, they got hit by another car, and the driver of that car was trying to blame them because Jay Thomas and his friend were smoking some marijuana. And the driver of the other car said, who are the police going to believe? Two stoners or me? And the Lone Ranger steps out of Jay Thomas's car and says, "They'll believe me, citizen." And he was still in costume.
There was another story about Clayton Moore. He had a lot of land in California, and he found out that some people were squatting on his land out there. So he by himself went out there and threw these people off his land. They were the Manson family. He kicked them off one guy kicked them off of his land, and that was Clayton Moore, the Lone Ranger.
And welcome back, old man.
There he is.
Yep, welcome back.
Am I here on you? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, good. I don't know what happened. It was just like left field.
What?
I'm talking away and nothing's coming out, and I'm feeling
all I could see backstage was for you. It was saying devices not connected. So I was waiting until I saw you pop up again, and
there you are.
StreamYard. Hey.
StreamYard sucks.
Yeah, it does.
But I'm glad you checked out Savage there.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was very interesting. I'm going to go back and reread that because I've been doing a lot of other research and things get a little muddled. But yeah, from what I remember of the story, it was very interesting.
Dan Patch was a heck of a horse.
Oh, we're still on the Dan Patch route.
and then let's go to Clayton Moore.
Yes.
Okay, way back, I hung around and worked out at a place called the Stagecoach Gun Museum.
Mm-hmm.
They were on Highway 101 in Savage, Shakopee. Actually, they were in Shakopee, but right by the Savage line. Anyway, oh, excuse me. We had a very interesting person that would come in. The place was set up with a big restaurant in there, and these game rooms of old 1900s, 1800s games, and all these firearms all over the walls. It was a walk through a museum. But the one guy that used to come into the back room area where it was an actual gun shop was this individual that would come in and have sunglasses on no matter what time of the year it was or day. Yeah. And I looked at him one day as he was walking out and I go, he looks kind of familiar. Ozzie Glavstad, who owned the place, said, yeah, that's Clayton Moore.
Yeah.
And I went, what? He said, yeah, that's Clayton Moore. Clayton Moore evidently owned a place up in one of the northern suburbs.
Yeah.
Not far northern, but just north of the demarcation between north and south. And he lived there.
Huh.
He'd stop in at the Stagecoach a lot.
Cool. Yeah, see, all we had in Scranton was what's his name? Was Father Damien in The Exorcist. Can't remember his name. See, my brain is going. But yeah, he's all we had in the Scranton area. He used to hang out at the Liederkrantz a whole lot. Was very drunk. He finally passed about 10 years ago or so.
Gee.
Oh, God, what was his name?
Quick net search.
Yep.
Minnesota always had a lot of famous people cross our paths here. And we don't care.
Well, we had the biggest love of some actress's life. She was in Velvet and all this stuff all through the years. She played Cleopatra in a movie. Anyhow, her big major love came from Eden Prairie. And his name was Todd. And Taylor was madly in love with him, totally and completely. The only authorized photo she ever had of herself nude was for him.
I've seen that one.
And guess who? Well, you know who took it then, right?
No.
McDowell.
Yeah. I'll be damned. Jason Miller, that was the guy's name.
Oh, Jason Miller.
Yeah. But Roddy McDowell took that picture?
Yes.
Oh.
Fight for Real. And all the other stuff that he's done. She was the only one she trusted to take that picture.
For God's sake. That lucky so-and-so. Some guys have all the luck.
Oh, the one thing, Roddy McDowell was gay, so I mean,
was he? Oh,
yeah.
What were you saying there, Baron? Because you got
right.
kind of, huh?
I said Roddy McDowell was a homosexual.
Yeah.
That was kind of funny because yeah. But no one cared. Nobody cared.
Back then, nobody did care. It's like, no, it's no big deal. They went on with their lives.
You got one job. Can you do it?
Mm-hmm. The one thing that we did care about was when he got raided by the feds, because what he was doing was he's taking old films and trying to preserve them and putting them on videotape, and they were trying to get him on piracy, which he basically wasn't doing. It was for his collection. He wasn't going to be passing this out there, but he was trying to preserve these old films that were deteriorating. They went after him. It's like, boy, you guys are a bunch of morons. You know Roddy McDowell wouldn't pirate films.
They were the filthiest people in the world, and those are those feds across the boards. How many times have they broken into somebody's home, and the people were absolutely innocent, but yet they still treated them like they were public enemy number one, and degraded them even after they were proven to be innocent.
Yeah. And the ones they broke into the wrong house, that happened more than once.
Yeah, they break into the wrong house. They shoot the guy in the head when he pull a weapon up to defend himself. They shoot him in cold blood. They never identified themselves. They had no ID, badges, no nothing. Because it was bedtime and everything else, they were going to be going to bed or whatever. They threw his wife naked into the hall.
Okay, well,
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, as it goes, there's a lot of people who came out of Minnesota. I'm kind of proud of that fact that Minnesota. I'm like Peter Ustinov. He was going around talking about my Russia. And I could go around my Minnesota.
One of the interesting things about our dear beloved Putin, if you listen to what he's been saying lately about this thing with the
we're not going to be getting.
We're not getting into politics.
We're staying out of.
All I'm saying, the whole point of what I was saying is, he has stated himself being a very much religious man.
Okay,
that's not politics. That's his religion, and he says he's a religious man, and I love that. I don't care who they are. If they step forward and say that they are religious and believe in God, yay! I like you.
Okay, I don't know where that came from. But.
Well, that's kind of I don't know. Moving on. Back to pop culture news.
How about throat culture?
Well, Fred, is there anything you'd like to talk about that's pop culture related?
Oh.
I think you fell asleep.
I mean, remakes and nonsense. They'll have you tear your hair out like Cash Money. Yeah.
I don't want to tear my hair out like Homer Simpson.
There's a Wacko sequel. There's a Wacko sequel trilogy that alludes that Wacko sequel trilogy, a sequel series that alludes to a certain event that happened recently was because of Wacko. There's
from Animaniacs.
No,
I heard.
You mean Waco, dude.
Waco.
You mean Waco.
Wacko.
Yeah, you said Wacko, so we were thinking Waco water.
Animaniacs. And they're internationalists to the max. Spielberg's gonna try to do Stanley Kubrick's Napoleon for HBO. That
might be interesting.
There's a strike that might be coming soon. Book of Boobaloo might be getting a season
the writer's strike. Yeah, I saw a thing about
third or fourth one now. Jeez,
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like
it just means if this fails, if it doesn't succeed, it just means we're going to get more crappy ass reality television, and it's the writer's fault. They just keep getting more money.
Oh, we are reality television. We're on YouTube. We're live right now.
Yeah, I guess so.
What I do not understand,
except it's unscripted, and you can tell.
Really,
what I don't understand is how in the world these guys can go on strike. I thought these guys, the writers and all that, were under one contract across the board.
But it's all about what it's always been about: money.
Yeah.
The violation of contract, that's usually.
Yeah.
They still have writers?
Well,
the ones that call themselves that.
I mean, what we've been getting out of Hollywood, I don't think we should be going on strike.
I figured Kathleen Kennedy just had a room full of monkeys at typewriters.
Well, because of the strike, it's a rumor that they already wrote season 4 of Mandalorian and Book of Boobaloo Bop Bop with Wom Bamboo season 2.
Yeah.
You know the new application for Disney is: do you stand up and argue against women? Yes or no? Next time the application is: have you been emasculated? When? What date? If you have an answer yes to both of these, Kathleen Kennedy has a job for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
The test screenings for Aquaman 2 are horrible, from what I hear. Oh man, I'm put on the spot.
Well, do you think some of it just might be people being mad that Amber Heard is still in that movie?
Maybe. I mean, I liked the first Aquaman, but I could see like them giving negative scores because Amber Heard's in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which isn't right. Just because of one thing, you shouldn't go out there and tank a movie just because of that.
No, but they should have pulled her out of it.
Oh yeah. Well, the film was already done when everything came down. But the thing is she accused good old Johnny Depp, and just off the accusation, he got fired off of anything with Disney. So goodbye Jack Sparrow. But then they find out about her lying, and it's like, well, we'll still keep her. I think people don't like that double standard.
Yeah, well, they'd already filmed everything, so what are you going to do,
Well, it's like
you gonna leave it all on the cutting room floor? You gonna scrap the whole movie, or are you just gonna say, screw it, let's release it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing with the Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever it is.
Granted, this film should have been released a couple years ago, but...
Yeah. I don't know. I remember the good old days when movies had stars and, you didn't have all this stuff going on.
Yeah.
No, the stars, did their job. They got in front of the camera. They acted. They went home. You didn't hear about their politics. When you saw them, they went on, the circuit and promoted their movies.
Yeah. And it's like you'll never see another movie like The Sting again, where, you have the premise set and then they build the team. You can do a movie like Suicide Squad, but it's just not the same. And it's a whole different lower level of writing. And it's just terrible what's going on today. You don't have the inventive character creators that you used to have. And of course, too many movies relying on CG effects for all this stuff that goes so fast you can't see it. The sound is too loud, you can't figure out what's going on. I hate modern movies.
Yeah. And don't forget the lens flares.
That's why y'all should just start watching John Wick.
I've seen the clips on YouTube of John Wick. It's interesting. I wouldn't go to a theater to see it, but because a lot of it seems like The Matrix in a different form. But what I've seen is interesting.
Well, you should at least watch the first one.
Yeah,
it's not the second ones. They kind of just, again, the action. It's best action, but a lot of people don't want to see it. They kind of don't like that gung fu.
Yeah,
gung fu.
I like the action in John Wick better than all 3 Matrix movies. So take it as you will.
Yeah, because that's the other thing. Everything has to be a franchise these days.
Yeah.
The Matrix first movie should have been left where it was.
Yep.
And as much as I like certain aspects of the other 2, just leave it where it's at. They should have done the same thing with Star Wars, frankly. Just leave it where the first one ended and move on to something else. And you didn't see, Close Encounters of the Third Time becoming a franchise.
No, it didn't need to be a franchise.
Oh, that would have been a good one.
Yeah.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but way a lot of the
I was. I'm a big Jurassic Park fan, and I'm kind of sad what they've done with the last three. The last three movies are horrible, and I know
Right.
Cash has his gripes about the Lost World, but I'd rather watch the Lost World over and over again than watch any of these new movies that come out.
It was fine until the dinosaur attacked San Diego.
Well, imagine the
Get a little
San
too close to
Diego.
home.
But Cash,
Must have been
imagine the
it.
San Diego scene, but stretched to almost 3 hours. That's Jurassic Park. That's Jurassic Dominion.
Yeah. That's the thing, you used to get hit movies that were standalones, and now, geez, everything has to have a sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, even
Look
the
at
original
Bullet
Back to the
Drive.
Future was only meant to be a one and done movie.
Yeah.
With the DeLorean going to the future as just, a nice little tongue-in-cheek move, but because of the success of Back to the Future, they did make part 2 and part 3.
Well, I mean, that's why I guess there was unfortunately stuff like Caddyshack 2 and Airplane 2 because the first one made enough money.
Right.
They're like, let's do a second one. Oh boy.
But then
It would
movies
be
that
like, if they did like an Animal House 2. It wouldn't be the same. It just never will be. And then you have to get the same actors. There's a certain chemistry. If you don't have it, it's just not going to work.
Well, it's like
Or
Blues
Spice.
Brothers. It's perfect on its own. Blues Brothers 2000, however.
Very good film. And it's not John Goodman's fault. He just doesn't have the same style as John Belushi.
Yep, that's right.
But then a lot of people are conditioned because then you get a really cool budget movie. Again, I'm going to say Alita again that deserves a sequel, and it ends like the story's not complete.
And it follows the anime quite well, which is
the
impressive.
story's not complete, but it probably won't get a sequel. Meanwhile, we're already getting sequel to what was it? The Marvels, Captain Marvel. And
that keeps getting pushed back and pushed back, and
by the way, you need to watch Miss Marvel and WandaVision to understand who the other two new characters are. Like, you have to watch these shows to get some plot points. It's ridiculous.
You watch the Marvel shows and then you go and read the lore and you go, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
what the hell happened? You watch all of Moon Knight, for example, and you go, what happened?
I stopped watching them after Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, Falcon and the Social Justice Winter Soldier, who basically said that this is in the show, and it's implied that basically there was only one race.
You need to do better, Senator.
Yep, that there was only one race in the entire world that created this country. One race, and I'm sure you can guess what race that is. I was like, that is such a bunch of crap that you guys would even imply that.
They're not terrorists, even though they did terrorist acts.
That's the other thing. We can't. That show is just bad. It's like give the shield to Bucky, dang it, like they did in the comics. Give it to Bucky. Yeah.
Well, I had to laugh when Sam says to Bucky, having this shield, it's complicated. What's so complicated about it? Before that, it was only held by one guy, Steve Rogers. And now you're the second man to ever hold that shield. There's no complication about that.
It's crazy because the Winter Soldier, Justice Warrior, well, I guess it would be the Justice Warrior, Captain America, Falcon, whatever. He can fly, and then he can actually even go underwater for a little bit. Then he throws the shield. It's so ridiculous. It's just too much. Falcon would seem like a pretty cool character in the movies, and then they just added too much to him. Anthony
They ruined the characters. What they did.
Nonsense either. I'm like, come on, dude.
Yeah, because I don't know much about Captain America. I was never had those comic books or anything. I'd seen them, but I figured, growing up that, okay, Captain America's pro-America guy.
Right.
Very nice. And from what I'm hearing, reviews and things and panels like this, it's something completely else.
Yes.
Completely anti-American.
Yeah,
And,
it is. It is in some ways.
That's the kind of thing I will not brook.
Yeah, it's there's some silly agenda, and people can say, "Oh, I love that show." It's like, it's great. Oh, I love She-Hulk. That's great. But have you actually looked into the lore?
Yeah.
And you'll find out. Did you watch the '90s show where you had She-Hulk and then Incredible Hulk together, and you see what they did with that? I mean, yeah. A lot of missed opportunities, and it's not even the agenda with stuff like Marvel, or even Lucasfilm is getting too goofy too. There's not that more serious tone that I would like to see again.
Yeah.
Just
Willow,
like Book of Boobaloo, there's just too much goofiness in there. And
Willow had an interesting idea, but like all shows, it seemed like you have a good point about Lucasfilm. Like I was excited for Willow, but Lucasfilm shows that they can't even do Willow right again. It's Mad Mardigan's daughter is one of the worst. She's a lesbian, and she complains about everything. Like, oh, woe is me. Oh, woe is me. Like, is this He-Man again? I can't take these shows anymore. Like,
why didn't you tell me about your secret that you were actually He-Man? Because only a few people were supposed to know. The Sorceress, Man-at-Arms, and Orko.
Who cares about Alora Dannon? It's all about me and my girlfriend.
I love it.
Well,
the only thing they don't do with that movie and that stuff is when you go in to see it, they don't give you the little trash bag you can throw up in.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like Hawkeye. If you even try Hawkeye, it's like, shouldn't this be more about Hawkeye than be about Kate Bishop? This makes no sense. It should be about Hawkeye.
No,
and then
Hawkeye is a secondary character in his own show.
Right. It's ridiculous. And so my friend and I, we watched one episode of that. And I'm like, I'm done.
I gotta bring it up again. Then you gotta use Arcane as the example where it focuses on one character and then it focuses on the other, and they get equal amounts of balance, and then it all ties up in the end. So
it could turn into a live action show if they just did it just like the animated show, which is based on League of Legends. But they can do this stuff.
I don't want it to be live action. No,
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be, but it could work, and then they could even it could be TVMA and so on. But
Cash, you're part of the problem.
I know, right?
But Disney's a churn. Like, we're getting another live action Lion King, Mufasa.
We don't need another.
No, you don't need.
Get excited! We need the Mufasa story. The movie.
They just keep proving the point that Hollywood in general and creatives in general are out of ideas.
Yeah,
under the corporate structure, they're out of ideas.
Try something new. It's always the same story. They're afraid that they're going to fail with something, and yet something else could come out of it that could be good.
Why do you think they brought back the cast of Next Generation for the third season of Picard?
That's the way I look at it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, now you brought that back up. I mean, someone put down that there was like 97, I think, what they said, Easter eggs in the first episode of Picard itself.
Oh.
And the thing is if you have 97, it's not an Easter egg no more.
Well, I'll say this. That might be because
though.
of the showrunner, because we've said he's a big Star Trek fan, so he wants to bring the love back. I can respect that. However, that doesn't...
Yeah, but don't you agree that they went overboard on the number, especially if we're finding out?
Overcompensating, in the words of Shrek, he might be overcompensating for something.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I mean, especially if Baron's saying that somebody found 97 Easter eggs in there. I mean, come on.
And
I can understand one or two, but
oh yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with having that nod, or it's not a member berry if you have have that nod. It's an Easter egg, or it's recognizing what has come from before. But if all you can do is just go, hey, look, you've seen this one in this episode. Oh, you saw that in that episode. Oh, look, he's got the tin flute now. Oh, look, oh look, they're talking about those ugly ships now, and I something like about it's the Enterprise D Galaxy or something like that. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna say it. It just annoyed me how many times they said, "Oh, this is an Enterprise D communicator."
Yep.
Look at the end of Enterprise D. It's like, okay, 2360's communicator that Starfleet used. Say this is the 2360s era communicator. And as far as the Enterprise D is concerned, Galaxy class, like Riker ends up saying. That's all you have to do is say it's Galaxy class.
We complained about that scene, but then Riker corrected and like, oh,
yeah,
was
that's what I said.
Yeah, when you have that many in there, yeah, you know what? I wonder if definitely music.
Sound effects and music. I mean, consider that Easter eggs. I mean, you heard the familiar sound effects as far as when they were on the shuttle.
Yep. I remember back in the Next Generation when they had clocking phasers. That was quite the remembery. You guys remember when they clocked phasers? Like
yeah. Since when did they cock a phaser rifle? I know I already said this on Sunday, but since when did they cock a phaser rifle? And I had to laugh at a video short today where somebody was saying, yeah, they used the Deep Space Nine theme in the season 3 episode of Next Generation. I'm thinking, listen, if it was written by Dennis McCarthy, he recycled a lot of his material in episodes.
Yeah, well, a lot of people do, because how many episodes are they doing in a week?
Yeah.
You have those little. I mean, the fight scene music. How many times have we heard that one in Star Trek or some of the other? In the original one, where just the da 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 da. How many times was that played out through the show, and even sometimes the same episode?
Yeah.
So, but I see what Animos is saying about not considering them Easter eggs, but I think it depends on how they get used.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if the music itself, I mean, when you have the music itself dealing with a musical composition of a complete different composer from a complete different Star Trek film that you wouldn't even have associated with, and that was, of course, the Star Trek 2 themes that they were using in the Picard. And it's like, why are they putting it in there? That is not in place. But what is it then? Musically, it's a memberberry. Remember Star Trek 2? You remember that we're obsessed with Star Trek 2? It's the only one we saw.
And here's another thing I didn't bring up on Sunday, but I'm going to bring it up now, is whenever they play the Star Trek theme, da 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 da, the Jerry Goldsmith motion picture theme, to put it into better perspective, I think that theme should only be reserved when you're seeing the Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is the Enterprise's theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know why they have Riker and where Frakes and everyone listed as guest stars, and they're clearly part of the cast.
It's like, if you ever watched Lost in Space, Jonathan Harris was always listed as like a special guest star or guest star. And I can't remember something else where it was, someone always a special guest star.
I think to their pay grade or something.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, well, I think it also looks prestigious if you're a special guest star compared to just a cast member.
Yeah.
A cast member berry. There we go.
Yeah, and the same thing could be said about Aaron Eisenberg, who played Nog on Deep Space Nine. In the later seasons, he should have been right up there with the rest of the cast.
Oh yeah, I mean, really, you are kind of right on that. Just like they're going to have James Doohan be on the main cast listing if there was a season 4 of the original series.
Yeah.
Even the fact that Colm Meaney, even the Next Generation was kind of getting propped a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was a rumor going around that had Enterprise gotten a 5th season, Jeffrey Combs would have been added to the main cast.
Yeah, they're going to have the Andorians on board the Enterprise. Try to show that pre-Federation Federation. Because it's been a long road getting from here to there.
And I can safely say I haven't even seen a commercial for Enterprise.
You talking about the series back? Scott Bakula?
Yeah, Scott Bakula show. I never even saw a commercial for that. And from what I've heard, I haven't missed anything.
It's a good show. I don't think
it had some good episodes. I'm not just saying that because I like Enterprise. It did have some good episodes, and then it did have episodes where you're thinking the well's drying up.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. After Deep Space Nine and the last movie of that particular year, it was like, what's left? You know, are they just going to go derivative with everything? And, you know, it just seemed kind of hokey.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's happening now with New Trek. You know, they're coming out with one series after another. They're running out of ideas. Not to say they had ideas to begin with.
No. I mean, it's like banking everything on Grogu, Baby Yoda for Star Wars, which is basically what they're doing.
Yeah.
When it comes around this, especially this episode of Picard, I mean, it was so strong in the member berries, which, also affected my score why it was a half, like 5 out of 10. Just the overuse of it is like, there's nothing wrong with that nod. Or even if something pertains to it. But to have it just to have it there. And that it's actually with the music. And I know that you're saying that, making it have the actual Star Trek, but it's still anachronistic to what we're seeing here. And even the evolution of the music going from Next Generation, motion picture to Next Generation, obviously showing Gene Roddenberry showing that Next Generation was the spiritual successor of the Star Trek II series he was playing on.
Yeah.
Through that whole thing. But when you got the horrors for 2 and 3, and wonderful scores, by the way, wonderful scores. It's out of place. It's out of place. Don't start grabbing from too many different spots musically like that, unless of course you're doing 2001. You're grabbing classical pieces throughout the ages.
Yeah.
But when it comes around to Star Trek, even though you still have them in the Star Trek universe, certain music elements pertains just to this. If you hear this sound, if you hear the sound of anything other than this show, it means that there's a guest spot or something.
Yeah.
Or you hear like the Star Trek theme in DS9 when they're visited by the Enterprise, or Worf would come on board.
Yeah.
Because it was just that nod, is that official nod comes over.
Well, it's like in Trials and Tribulations,
right?
When the Defiant crew is thrusted back in time thanks to the orb, and when they finally see the image of the starship that's in front of them, Constitution class, it's the original Enterprise, and that's an appropriate spot to put the theme because, like I said before, that to me is the theme of the Enterprise, not just the series, but the Enterprise itself.
Right. And what was I thinking? There was but yeah, musical cues are for individuals, or for something that's monumental, like you're saying. There's a Star Trek theme. Then you have, like in Star Wars, that da 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 da. That's that majestic, almost Jedi, Force theme, as some people call it. And when you hear that, it's associated to that.
It's like Disney's Peter and the Wolf, if you've ever seen that. Every character has his own instrument that's being played. And there's a particular passage that goes with that instrument.
Right.
And, that's kind of like what you're saying, is everything should have its own musical theme. And that's exclusive to that thing.
Well, exactly. And, you have, when you hear that dun, dun, da, 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 even though they try to put that for the Imperial theme, everyone associates
It's Vader's.
with Vader. Right, it's Darth Vader Imperial theme. But
Heck.
you hear that it's the Emperor.
I remember coming from the back room of where I worked at the time, and they had that theme playing, over the store speakers, the sound system, and everything. And one of my coworkers joked with me and said, "There he is, Lord Vader."
Right. Or you have the Yoda theme, or Leia's theme, or Luke and Leia are they had in Return of the Jedi, or even what became the Emperor theme, that da 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 da. When you ever heard that theme, you knew the Emperor was around.
Yeah.
I mean, in the Phantom Menace, you hear the theme at the end, but it's sped up as a celebration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is, kind of, musically right there, having a bookend.
Mm-hmm.
But music and sound effects can be member-berries as much as anything else.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, if the sound effect is a carry over, that's not a member-berry. But if it's placed there specifically to have you go, "Hey, I member," then it is a member-berry. And well, there's again same thing with the music. You hear that? Oh yeah, that's the theme that they had when they went out of the space dock in Star Trek 2. What does that have to do with this?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it.
Mm-hmm. I noticed no one wants to use the Star Trek 4 theme.
I didn't mind it, to be honest with you, Baron.
Oh, I didn't either.
John was going to choke there for a minute.
I think it seems like a Christmas Carol type theme. Star Trek 4.
Da, 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 da. Da 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 da.
And we got copyright.
Oh wow!
Copyright infringement.
Hey, what happened to Oroka?
I don't know. He didn't leave a message in the private chat.
He evaporated.
Yeah. Someone got him for that blubber of life. The blubber of life. That poor whale gave his all.
And then there was Star Trek V, my favorite.
Well, wait a minute. Star Trek V is the personal favorite of one Phil McCracken.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the specifically the opening scene when Cybok shows up. After that, it's all hokum. But that's a really good opening scene. I liked that.
The one scene I liked is when Kirk, Spock, and McCoy are around the campfire, and the question is asked, "What are we doing here? We spend all this time up in space, and short leave comes along, and we're spending it together."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but it showed their brotherhood. I've always looked at it that way.
Yeah,
that's it.
Exactly, and you always think of those three. It's like, how can they have it that they don't have those three together?
The usual suspects.
You can't have Kirk without Bones. You can't have Bones without Spock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sulu and Uhura and Scotty and the other guy, they're all staying at a Motel 6 in Duluth.
Yeah.
On a ski weekend.
I mean, one of the silly parts was while Sulu and Chekhov were on the trail, and they get a help from Uhura on the Enterprise, and Chekhov pretty much tells Sulu, "Tell him we're lost."
Yeah.
And Sulu doesn't want to do that, and he says, "We're caught in a blizzard." And then Uhura looks at her monitor, and she says, "My scans are showing clear skies and 70 degrees." Oh, look, Sulu, it's a miracle. the sun's come out.
That's kind of like Pennsylvania weather.
Yeah.
Some of that humor right there harkens all the way back to the original Trek.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you look at some of the comedy that they had there, like A Piece of the Action, Tribbles.
Yep.
They had, and don't forget Mud.
Yeah.
You know, and there was that type of humor that they had in. That was one of the things I think a lot of people miss or don't get. The old Trek, you never knew what the next show was going to be about.
Yep.
And you didn't know whether it was going to be straight out horror or adventure or humor.
Yeah.
But you sat there and watched it because of that unpredictability.
Yeah.
Now watch the new movies, the TV series. I'm sorry, they're out of a cookie cutter.
Yeah.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
You had some really good shows on the original series that were, you know, let's visit a planet and this happens and that, and fine and dandy. And then you've got the ones like The Empath and Gunfight at the OK Corral, which were completely surreal.
Yes.
And, you know, part of that I think was low budget. So make do with what you've got and make it really work. You had professionals doing this, baby. And they really brought it out.
And the humorous is the gunfight at the OK Corral sequence.
Mm-hmm.
One individual had been in both the movie and now in the TV series.
Yeah.
OK Corral, and they were playing opposite sides.
Well, the one fella in the OK Corral one was also the bald guy in that opening scene of Star Trek V. I can't remember his name, William something. But I thought that was kind of weird. He sure don't look like he used to was.
No.
When you got Bones being both in the movie and as an Earp.
Yeah.
And now he's one of the Clantons at the OK Corral, which is one of those little things where somebody had a sixth sense of humor there.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think the reason why you're getting this is the surrealistic episodes, and sometimes them working the way they did was that was that was kind of an era of big surrealistic TV shows. I mean, you take a look at the Batman, you know, as it was camp surrealistic. You have some that surrealistic that was in Twilight Zone. You know, obviously Star Trek,
Outer Limits.
Yeah,
So-
that was a good one.
right? And of course, that, you know, even Green Acres was surrealistic. You know, if you take a look
In
at
its
it,
way, yeah.
yeah, it's basically your country surrealistic film or series, I should say. So, you know, there was different elements of it. So of course it would get surrealistic.
Well, you got Dukes of Hazzard and
Yeah.
something.
I wouldn't call that a surrealism. I call that just basically fun, you know, fun games on there, and that's just it. You know, you don't have people that can really pull off that surrealistic anymore. They think they can,
Yeah.
you know, but it's an art. If you're not going to practice it, you're not going to excel at it. And when you think you already know it all, well, you don't care then. You don't care.
Yeah, because with what they've done with the actual visuals in movies today, a lot of it could be done, you know, in that surrealistic genre. The technology is all there, but nobody wants to try to write something that's really good, you know?
Right.
It all has to be action and loud and, you know. I hate it. I've had all the action I can handle. You know, I've seen The Matrix about 40 times, so I'm done with action.
Well, I mean, surrealistic. I mean, it could be interesting with. I just had it on my mind. It'll come back to me. I'm having a bad memory day today for some reason.
Yeah, I know.
You too, huh?
Yeah, I'm feeling old today. I tell you what.
He's feeling old. What am I?
Dang hoser.
I wish I had beer. I wish I had booze.
Freaking hoser.
Hoser, eh? Yeah.
Hey.
I had two for before coming on the show today.
Oh.
Twofer?
It's just twofer. Yeah, a twofer, eh?
Ah.
24-pack.
Ah. Well, there you go then.
The McKenzie brothers were his house guests.
Yeah.
Bob and Doug McKenzie, yes.
Hose Head is my spirit animal.
Mine's a wombat, but you know.
What are we going to do about here?
I think Phil is confessing. Excuse me, his love for Anonymous.
Yes, I see that. I see that.
Yeah,
Phil. Wow.
Brokeback McCracken.
I wanted to soft puddle my way around that one, but I mean that was too much of an open shot for me.
Brokeback McCracken. Love it.
Yeah. That's another movie that should never have been made. Brokeback Mountain.
Oh,
popular.
Well, I guess Brokeback Mountain. They had two straight men who acted gay, who had girlfriends, but the acting was really good and people liked the story. And I don't know. I think Ang Lee was that year up for Best Director.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I think he was.
But you know what really sucked? They called those guys cowboys, and they're sheep herders.
Yeah, actually.
Shepherds I can believe, because about 30 miles from me is Noxon, where men are men and sheep are nervous.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, we have a lot of jokes about Noxon. And a few years ago, a friend of mine's on the ambulance there. They actually found a guy dead in the sheep field with his pants around his knees, died of a heart attack.
Oh, boy. Now, here, the ghillie suit that the militaries all over the world copied and used, that came out from, guess who? Sheep herders. And the real name for it is Gilhooly suit. And the sheep herders used to wear that so they could sneak up on the sheep and hooly them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
And you know, the breakfast cereal of choice in Noxon is mutton honey.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, my.
The afterwards conversation is, was it good for you? Not bad.
You heard sheep. Oh, sorry.
That ain't Mouse.
No, that's me.
Oh, well.
I'm actually a different part of the house. The mouse isn't with me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, give him a pat for me later.
Oh, I will. I'll scratch his ears.
He's a good guy.
He is. He's a bit of an asshole, but he's okay.
I see Phil's after you, Cash.
I hope not.
So, in other words, Baron, what you're saying is Mouse would fit in.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Yo, I still love the fact if you take a look on the left-hand side, there's one guy that doesn't stand up.
Right.
I find that funny every time I see that.
That would be me.
Oh, dear.
I don't know.
We just set off.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hey, gotta admit, Pop Talk sometimes has a live studio audience.
Yeah,
sometimes you hear that live studio audience.
It's like the Johnny Carson show.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Except if this were Johnny Carson, well, I don't know where I was going with that.
Okay. I'm gonna still continue.
Ed McTagg. I'll be Ed McTagg. Hello.
Well, you know what? Who is Ed McMahon on Pop Talk?
That's what
Cash, or is it you, Baron?
Probably Baron.
What?
Being
I'd be Ed McMahon.
Yeah.
I said Ed McTag here.
I'm still aggravated how Hollywood treated him in the last years of his life. I really don't.
Yeah.
Are we surprised that Hollywood
No.
treated him badly?
No, but all the years of entertainment he gave to people, and they treated him like that. It's just, and then he was. I don't know if he made some bad financial decisions or something, but then he was doing those ads to sell gold. And,
Yeah.
And it's always funny. Ed was drunk. It was with Johnny Carson.
Yeah. One of the best bits with Ed McMahon was when Johnny was doing Karnak, and they did the sis boom ba joke.
Mm-hmm.
That was, up to that time, the longest sustained laughter of any TV show on television.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. It's on YouTube if you want to see it.
Mm-hmm. And
there we go, back to sheep again.
Even talk shows aren't what they used to be.
Well, that's just it. Yeah.
Because they're full of a lot of the talk shows, even Kimmel and all the different ones, decided that to be political woke activists. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
They're afraid to make jokes, they pander.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, Johnny would do political jokes, but he hit both sides, and you knew it was just in fun.
Yep.
You know, and Johnny made it okay for you to go to bed because, you know, in that time with the Cold War, you didn't know if there was going to be a planet the next morning.
Nope.
So he gave you that, you know, humor took the edge off. And Alan King, Jack Parr did kind of the same thing.
I never worried a single thing about that back then because I took really to heart the term sleep tight.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Steve Allen and specifically, even more so, Jack Parr.
The penny dropped. Yes, I get it.
But, you know, especially Jack Parr. Jack Parr was more having a political talk on the Tonight Show. And Johnny came on board and had the wise decision. People have had enough of this during the day. Let's go a different way. Let's get away from the politics.
Yeah.
Except for, you know, with the monologues where you have little jabs back and forth between people. You know, and that's you know, they got to quit trying to be Jack Parr and start going to be Johnny again.
Yeah.
I mean, even
peace.
Yeah.
Remember
well, even the guests they had back then. You know, you had the greats: Buddy Hackett, Jackie Gleason, Bob Hope, Dean Martin, Marty Allen. Nobody remembers him today.
that's true.
Myron Cohen, one of the greatest Yiddish comics ever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, they had guests who were really somebody and had a face. They had an image. Today, I don't know who these people are. I couldn't tell Jennifer Lawrence from, you know, anybody in any of the Marvel movies. I just,
well,
you know,
the one has big feet,
faceless.
freakishly big feet.
Who?
I said one of the females in the Marvel movies has freakishly big feet and no butt.
I might know her. God.
Well, you know, she's kind of cheesy now and then.
Cheesy.
Wait a minute, Baron. You're forgetting one key fact. We owe Jennifer Lawrence for everything.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking of poor Brie Larson.
You mean drop the taco, get in the car?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You mean frowny face? You mean no personality?
Yeah. No butt, all feet. Yeah.
And then there was Tia Carrera.
Oh, yeah.
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 But no, I mean,
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Wow. Wow, that's funny.
I didn't know you had, I didn't know you had a copy of Leisure Suit Larry.
Wow.
The first time I saw Tia Carrere was, of course, in Wayne's World. I'm going,
Yep.
damn.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, Tia Carrere ticks one box right off the bat. Asian, good-looking Asian. Oh.
Yeah.
I was muted this whole time.
And she was also in True Lies with Schwarzenegger. And
Yeah.
She was also in that show Relic Hunter.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember watching Relic Hunter because of her.
Yeah, it's basically Indiana Jones, Lara Croft.
Pretty good. It's a pretty good show.
Yeah, I mean, what I saw of it, I didn't see it that often because it was kind of at odd times here because of syndication. But yeah, it was like, oh, Tia, let's ooh. I'm sorry, Lucy Liu doesn't hold a candle.
No, not even close. Not even close.
She's still an attractive woman. I just
Oh,
wish
I'm not saying she's not. I'm just saying
yeah,
she's not.
I just wish she would find a brain on certain things and stop fighting.
Yeah.
Friend Kevin Sorbo. Those two should still be buddies after all these years. Ridiculous.
What, Lucy Liu? No, we're talking about Lucy Liu, not Lucy Lawless.
Not Lucy Lawless? What about well, Lucy Liu is still attractive.
Yeah, well, I wasn't taking anything away from Lucy Liu, but I mean, when it comes between her and Tia Carrere hands down. Boom.
No,
no contest.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's like,
gosh, I wonder if Relic Hunter can be found on Amazon or someplace. I'm curious to know how much they're asking for it.
For research purposes.
Yeah,
right?
research purposes.
And Lucy Lawless, when she did that one about Caligula or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and you got to see a whole lot more of her in that one.
She was in Spartacus, right? Yes.
Yeah, it was Spartacus, yes. And she was, for that show, she used the famous Gap Mercantile. That's right, Gap's Mercantile. If you're bowled down, there, we got the hair for you. And all variety shapes, forms, sizes, straight, curly, doesn't matter. We have it for you. That's right, Gap's Mercantile.
Yep.
1-800-555 Bush. That's 1-800-555 Bush.
Gotta love it. And then there was Tanya Roberts.
Oh yeah,
Tanya Roberts. Yes.
Oh yeah.
She's unfortunately, I think she passed away at least
she passed
years ago.
Back.
Yeah,
a couple years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was. Yeah.
James. I always laugh at that.
Yeah.
Oh.
View to a Kill, but she didn't have a terrible role. She's not one of my favorite Bond girls, but
no.
I still like that movie a lot. I think it's still very good, but it's always funny how goofy she was compared to some of them, like the girl in The Spy Who Loved Me and other ones.
And wasn't she an angel? Wasn't she one of their angels?
She was
last
season of Charlie's Angels.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. And she was Sheena, Queen of the Jungle.
Yep. Yeah. And of course, that 70s show, she was Donna's mother.
Yeah. But I mean, just her eyes.
Yeah. Wow. Wait a moment. You actually looked at her eyes?
Oh, yeah. I always go for the face first and work my way down.
Only on close-ups.
We found the one guy that looks at women's eyes first, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Either he's the only one out there or he's lying to us.
He's lying.
He's lying. Evil is.
Yeah, it's and talking about Lucy Liu and not Lucy Lawless, but Lucy Liu and some of the other characters. The first Charlie's Angels movie, it was good. It was good. It's just the second one. Yeah, there was a lot of TNA and stuff, which is nice, but it's also just they didn't have a very good script, and I don't really blame Mac for that. It's just there probably didn't need to be a second one. That's another situation where why do we need this?
Yeah,
it was like watch.
Mm-hmm. So the first one was good. It was good. It followed what the show was, and it was good. And then the second one, they just went overboard. So.
Yeah.
And they thought, let's reboot this and do that. And I'm like, ugh. Sorry, Elizabeth Banks. No, this is
Somewhere along the line, Hasselhoff lost his big, gigantic ego.
Yeah, he probably.
Yeah. I think it was after being videotaped.
Yes,
with the
eating a burger while he had his shirt off, and he's
drunk. Yeah, he was so drunk.
How you doing, Dad? Yeah.
Trying to eat that cheeseburger.
Not a good look for Hasselhoff. And then
We're on a 3D.
who was the other one? Hulk Hogan said something that was supposedly supposed to be considered racist.
Yeah, on Bubba the Love Sponge or one of those radio talk show hosts that's like.
So it's like, oh, he's a racist now. And I'm like, I don't know. Mel Gibson went off on Jewish people before. Hollywood forgave him pretty much.
Not really. He's still.
Not really.
I mean,
they forgive his money.
Yeah. He actually goes on conservative news stations too to talk about stuff. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
I was making another one with about the days after the crucifixion.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. He is.
Well, he was in a movie last night, that Father Stew. The Mrs.
I heard good things about that.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It even had Malcolm McDowell in it. Not to be confused. He was a Monsignor in there. So it's like you watch all of a sudden you hear that voice. It's like, wait a moment, General
I can't say Hollywood has rejected him, because you do see him pop up on the Oscars and the Golden Globes, so they still like the guy, I guess.
Well,
and then you have people like John Voight who can't be touched. Hollywood can try to cancel him, and they can't do anything. They can't do one dang thing to that man.
Well, he was one of the Midnight Cowboys. Come on.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about me. Can't hear the words they're saying.
But yet they can cancel people like James Woods, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But Hollywood just ignores him. Idiots.
Yeah, the guy's got.
He's suing them. I think there was some lawsuit. I hope he wins.
Do you know that he's a member of Mensa?
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's a member of Mensa. And so is Mimi Rogers as well too. She's a Mensa.
Yeah,
Mimi Rogers. She was in. Am I thinking of the same person? That movie, Gross Point Blank. Did you guys ever see that film? Very underrated.
I know of it.
She
I
was in
haven't
a
seen
film
it.
called The Rapture.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, she was. Lost in Space, the movie.
I think it's
the mother.
Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Mimi Rogers. Okay.
Mimi Rogers, where she did that one about the masseuse coming over.
Mm-hmm.
But so they both
right. Thank you, Anonymous. Yes.
But I mean, the great thing about God, and I hate. I'm having a hard time. I just shoot me now. Just shoot me now.
I don't want to go to jail.
No. You probably get the bounty.
But yeah, I'm sure you guys all saw Kill Bill and how good Lucy.
Never
Lewis
saw that.
Was. Oh, you haven't?
No.
But
story.
Oh, but James, what I was going to say. The man can poke fun of himself big time.
Oh, yeah.
Look what he did with
the Family Guy. Ooh,
Yeah.
piece of candy.
Yeah.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Yeah.
Piece of candy. It was hilarious. James Woods stole your identity. James Woods. That sounds very offensive to Americans.
Yeah.
Vader. Yeah. Unfortunately, at this point, Family Guy can just had a lot of great years of a lot of funny entertainment, but the last few years, at this point, they could just burn. It's one of those slow train wrecks that you keep watching. You want to see, is it going to get worse? Oh, it is, and then it gets a little better. Then it gets a little worse. Then it gets a little better. Yeah.
Then you got
like the Simpsons, just watch it go off the cliff.
Well, Simpsons could end now, but it's been on at the same time zone. The one thing that I don't like, and I'm still watching
30-something years
after all these years, is they changed some of the voices, and of course Apu's gone. That is upsetting.
Yeah.
But they still have some good storylines, I have to say. They're still trying to come up with stuff, but They also had an episode about Hugh Jackman talking about how bad capitalism was, and he was singing it. That was
Yeah.
very exciting.
Yeah, and I stopped watching it when Lisa started getting preachy. And that was just,
I understand.
I don't want to hear that. You know, I hear that crap at work. I don't need to hear it at home.
Right, I get it. I think the show has also changed because Disney has taken it over too, and I think there's some change there as
Well,
I stopped watching
the
The
original
Simpsons.
writers are gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I stopped watching The Simpsons regularly after the 7th season.
Yeah, because
But
the
unlike
8th is what really died.
Yeah, unlike Family Guy, they're at least trying to come up with new stuff. It's just they even did a Death Note takeoff, which was pretty cool, of this anime. But they're trying to still come up with stuff. But Family Guy, they'll throw in jokes of political stuff and the Orange Man, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, Seth, I know your politics, man, but you made fun of so many different things in your shows. You had the Conway Twitty clips, which were really funny. Yeah.
You stop loving her.
No coupons for you, fam.
And there's just so many great ideas that they had. Herbert and Bruce, that gay character, but it was just the way he was. There weren't not one-dimensional characters, and so a few years ago, of course, Seth MacFarlane, for whatever reason, decided to come out. I don't know why he did this and say, I'm not going to make these certain jokes anymore. Well, the show now suffers because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you used to have those musical numbers with Stewie and Brian that were, frankly, brilliant.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
very
well,
funny.
Much as I wasn't a fan, those were brilliant.
Yeah, oh, they were very funny. Very funny.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Making fun of the old road films. Yeah, where's that? I mean, it's just.
It just, I think also because, of course, Disney has ownership of this, that I'm having a feeling, I'm not sure, but I have this feeling that they're telling both Simpsons and Family Guy and other shows that you have to do these kind of jokes here and there. But maybe Matt Groening is fine doing it, but I'm not sure because Simpsons has changed a bit more after Disney took over. You lost some of the voices. They changed Carl. It doesn't sound the same. You know, you get rid of Apu. They're like, Matt Groening says a year or two ago, well, we're going to try to find Apu, like a new Apu. And they just can't. Just let Hank Azaria do it, but they won't. Oh, because of some silly documentary. And it is silly. And so, you know, you don't pander to these people. And so Hank Azaria, who can be a talented guy, he started pandering. He's on with Stephen Colbert, who's, I would say, has turned into a whatever. I like the Colbert show.
I can't stand watching his show.
No.
So, you know, and they don't and
you okay? It's like having a stroke.
Hank Azaria actually comes out and says, "Oh, you know, we shouldn't have done the Apu character. We didn't know it was going to offend people in India and all this crazy stuff." And I'm like, "Look, you guys still don't learn. You never pander to any mob ever. You just don't do it. You don't give them an inch. You don't give them anything."
And
you know,
that
worked for Europe in 1939.
Yep.
I mean, for crying out loud, about the only people who probably were not complaining about Apu were those people from India or in India.
Right.
Yep.
I mean,
now, when I was in the service, they told me straight outright, a mob of people is no smarter than the dumbest person in it.
Yep.
And you watch mobs that are screaming at all this stuff, the one's the loudest out there shooting all the mouth off, he's the dumbest one there.
Yep.
I better shut up.
Yeah.
I better stay quiet myself. Okay, guys, take over.
Well, these people.
But I hardly consider us a mob.
Yeah. And Futurama was a really good show.
Yeah.
Right up until the last season.
It was nice it came back. I don't think they should bring it back, but
no, let it be where it is and preserve the legacy.
The way it ended was fine. I think it was screwed up what Fox did to it, and I understand that Matt Groening took shots at them when it went to Comedy Central. Yeah.
What the heck was that one about they had about the garbage truck in space?
That was Quark.
Oh yeah.
And they had the two really hot twins.
Yeah. One was the one was a clone and one wasn't.
Yeah.
And
they
then,
were the Doublemint twins on the chewing gum commercial.
Yep. Tim Thomerson was in it.
I think so.
Yes. Half man, half woman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there was
there's the guy.
What?
I think he froze up there.
I thought somebody was speaking.
Yeah, it looks like he's in
the guy.
carbonite.
Gumby's loose.
Fortnite.
Whoa! What's Fortnite talk? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? This Fortnite stuff? I got nothing against people who play Fortnite. I want to make that clear.
I do.
Cash has an ass. I don't know. Did that rhyme?
Wow.
Okay. Alrighty then.
He was trying to come up with something, so he wanted to throw my name in there.
Cash caught a bass. He put it back.
He threw it away. Oh, okay. He put it back.
I thought Cash caught a bass while he's sitting on his ass.
Billy's coming to your door. You've committed a sin. And it's probably because you got a big chin. Did that rhyme? Did it?
Had an amazing chin. I agree.
Yeah.
Are you starting to try out with that hick hop?
A hip, a hop, a Jeff's can't stop to the beat.
Oh, God. The Pop Talk hip hop. Oh gosh, there's a band that would be booed off the stage.
Yeah, Grandmaster Crit.
Crap is crap, and that's a fact. And I didn't even know I could rhyme.
Yeah. See? And I'm too sexy for my chin, hence the beard.
Oh, it sounds like Cash has competition.
Cash, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man?
I don't know.
It's Chin Wars.
No, that's our. Seems super.
Who was that again? That cartoon series that had the superhero, the Chin, in it.
The Crimson Chin. That was that Fairly Odd Parents? No.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I think that was Fairly Odd Parents with that.
Don't know that.
Crimson.
Yeah. Jay Leno provided the voice. How apt.
Yeah.
And people don't know this, but actually, Cash has been trying to do this in court for a long time, but he is trying to prove that Jay Leno was his illegitimate father, that he's the illegitimate child of Jay Leno, just so he can get a car out of it.
No.
Yeah.
And,
I just want Jay Leno to stop hurting himself.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
It's.
Well, I've heard he's got a car for sale, slightly charred.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It has interesting flames on me.
Something. Seinfeld made a joke about him recently on some show he was on YouTube about his accident. It was quite funny and dark. I appreciate.
Wow.
Well, I remember watching an episode where he went under one of his cars and he couldn't get back out, and they had to come over there, jack the car up a bit to pull him out from under it.
It was the Chin, wasn't it?
John, you're nodding your head like you knew about it.
I'd heard something about it, and I think my reaction was, "What? Did his chin get caught in the catalytic converter?"
All I noticed was a case of him under there, and then he couldn't get out, and they actually had to jack the car up a bit to pull him out from underneath, and that was on Jay Leno's garage. They showed it.
Jeez.
Well, at least Jay's got a sense of humor, which helps if he needs a comedian.
He does,
yeah.
Not only can he tell the jokes, he can take a joke.
Yep, that's the important thing too.
Yeah. Well, he's got more money than God. What's he going to worry about?
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. He kept every cent he had while he was on the Tonight Show. How many years was that?
Yeah.
All that he went right into the bank. didn't touch it. He was living off of his stand-up career.
Yeah.
Which, of course, was obviously very significant if he's going to buy all the cars that he's got.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah, and you got to figure he invested a lot of that somewhere good.
On one of the episodes of Leno's Garage, he's walking down to show this guy this car. And I think it's interesting because I watched him walk by one car that I saw sold at Barrett Jackson for $1 million. Then he went by and sold for $750,000. He's going past these almost $1 million and $1 million cars to get down there to show some doggone car that you can buy at a used car lot for $50 or something.
Wow.
Huh.
No. Me, I'd settle for a 72 Dodge Dart. Six engine. If you owned a screwdriver and a matchbook, that thing would run forever.
I'm still.
Huh?
Oh, you're breaking up there. Someone was breaking up there. But I'm just curious, what car is Cash trying to get from Jay Leno by having this lawsuit and submitting to a chin and a, instead of DNA, chin and a.
Jay Leno's chin is bigger than mine.
If you two do come to some sort of agreement, just make sure it's not a chintzy agreement.
Oh boy!
Oh,
yeah, kick him out! Kick him out for that 5-minute timeout for that.
He's on the kiddie table by proxy.
That's right.
Oh,
really?
I know that was cheesy, but hey, it's the best I got right now.
That's because he's got a thing for Brie Larson.
No, Tia Carrera. We've already established
the hip
this.
hop, hippie, hip tip tip hop tip, don't stop, rock, bang bang boogie, say Very random. You know what else is random? The fact that Cash likes the movie Snake Eyes.
That's not true. Whatever.
How many times have I heard this?
Crit's like that guy. He won't let a joke die. He'll just keep beating it with that nail until it's yep.
Yeah, just like Taika Waititi.
Go ahead.
What? So,
yes, Crit. I guess if we're gonna suffer through episode 2 of Picard, we might as well suffer through it.
Yeah.
You better get your Jack Daniels.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
No, pain. If you want pain, watch me play Mega Man 10.
Oh, if I want pain, I would just go watch the Saints 1-2 stream.
Oh, and look, he's just taking it.
Wow.
There's no witty retort. There's no snappy remark. He's just taking it. Wow. I never thought I'd see a day where Cash Money would just take that.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I didn't even hear it. It just went in the air.
Right.
What was it? What was it?
Right.
Oh, I don't know what it is. What did he say? Is Crit putting that orca food in his mouth again that doesn't taste too good?
Krill?
Krill. Yeah.
I'd rather have krill than eat at a fine dining restaurant. You want your golden meal for $1,000? You want painted with like gold? I don't know.
Meal.
Why? Never mind. I was about to say, why on earth would somebody pay $1,000? But never mind.
Marvel's Alien comic takes a brilliant step forward for deaf representation.
What? Oh, wait. What? Death representation? Once you're dead, you're dead.
Death.
Deaf.
Not death. Not
You're proving the point right there, Mike. Deaf.
death.
What?
All right. Death.
Jack Death.
Death perception.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Here I thought I heard death as in he's dead, Jim.
Oh,
Yeah, we want representation for the dead. Yeah, they have representation if they're buried in the ground. They got a tombstone. They got a marker.
The worms crawl out. The worms play pinochle on your snout.
What the hell?
You never
They
heard
even
that
have
one?
their own TV show, that Evil Dead or Walking Dead thing.
Walking
But I
Dead.
never- Yeah.
We have a bunch of Walking Dead in this day and age. It's called people on their cell phones.
Yeah.
But I want to take a couple steps back here, though. You've never heard that song before?
Which song?
The worms crawling. The worms
Oh,
crawl out. The worms play pinochle on your snout. Cash, you
Yep.
never heard that.
I don't know if I heard that one.
Oh, my word. Oh, my
That's all the
No, you were
you
born
know what?
Stone Age, Baron.
You know what? Oh gosh, Cash. Come on, dude. Really? You haven't heard it, so you know what that means?
If I did, no, I
Atomic
did.
Heart.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
I can't believe he's never heard that.
I can't believe that. I thought that was such a universal thing out of anybody's childhood.
Yeah, like Ring Around Rosie or Smallpox.
Should we let him back in?
Why?
I don't know. He amuses me.
You know who I'm surprised hasn't jumped in is Phil McCracken.
You know, Baron, this co-host abuse today is getting out of hand, don't you think?
Well, what else is new?
Let's see.
This
know,
Doc
he's-
Pop guy.
Atomic Heart criticized for racist cartoons and it's Soviet. What?
Oh God! They're pissy about the game because it's made by a Russian developer, and everybody's stance on Russia right now.
Yep.
And I'm not saying anything else.
Right.
Well,
Well, they went after. They're still going after Hogwarts, as far as I know. Now they're
Yeah.
going to go after Atomic Heart. I can't wait to see what they go after. What game they go after next?
Well, all I can say is I put all my support into Liechtenstein. So.
I mean, from what I've seen of Atomic Heart, I haven't played it, but it looks like it might be an interesting game. And
It's got a BioShock feel to it for sure.
It's racist.
Since I played
Hogwarts is way up there on sales too.
yeah, it is. And with good reason. It's a fun game. It's definitely a game you have to take your time with. You can't just rush through it.
So all the criers and whiners are going, but why are they buying it? He's a hell of a lot better than listening to you.
Well, like last night, we had somebody come into the chat. I don't know if they were joking or if they were being serious. You Neanderthal! I can't believe you're playing this game.
Didn't he call you a Homo sapien or something? Which is not even a
Neanderthal, Homo sapien, whatever. It's like, and I even said this. Hey, it's my money. If I want to play a game because it looks like it's a fun game, and it is, I'm gonna play it.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna dictate to me what game I do play and what game I don't play, except me.
Well, my answer to them when they say you're a Neanderthal, I say, thank goodness that I'm not a Cro-Magnon, because Cro-Magnon didn't have a voice box. And if he were a Cro-Magnon, I wouldn't be listening to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
All right. Thank you for having me on, Mike. I gotta go
Welcome,
now.
Crit.
All right, great.
Yeah, keep being be y'all. Again, we have a stream coming up. We need to pick a day. If you guys want to join in, Old Man and Fez, we'll be watching Dragon Slayer, wasn't it?
Ooh,
good movie.
Boy, I haven't seen that a long time ago.
Yeah, Phil McCracken has never seen it, so
I can't
we'll
even
be
think I've watched it since I saw it. Probably not since it was brand new.
Yeah, so I'll try to find a way we can watch that on Discord, and then find a good day where Mike and everyone's available. So, all right,
Cool.
well,
Awesome,
that's all I really got going this week. So, adios, tata, chinny chin, cash chin chin, as Monty would say.
Chinny chin chin, chitty chitty bang bang.
Now Monty would say chin chin like a Frenchman, like.
All right, Orca boy.
I'll wave the beard at you.
Whatever you gotta do.
I got big idea. I have a big beard.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, it's long. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
Take care, Grit. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Bye. Boy, I wish you'd have seen me back about, what was it, 30 or 35 years ago, 40?
Yeah.
When this beard was down to here, and my hair was halfway down the middle of my back, and I looked like the worst biker you ever saw in your entire life.
Ha!
I walked into places. I was at the Mall of America, and I went up on the escalator. Well, these gangs would hang out at the top of the escalators, making you walk out and around them. I got up to the top, and I just sat there and I looked at them. They looked at me for a few minutes, like, haha. And then suddenly they parted like the Red Sea. And I walked through, and the one says, "You letting him get through?" He's, "No. Have you seen anything like that before?" "Well, no, I have. They're bad." And I don't know how many of his buddies are in the parking lot in their Harleys.
Jeez. Gotta love it.
Oh. You gotta look the part.
Yeah, me, I'd walk into the mall and nobody noticed.
What's really funny is that, I mean, this is actually kind of humorous to me. I go into places, and they see me coming, they open the door up and hold it open for me to get in.
Yeah.
And, when they do this and I get in, and, okay, yeah, I'm an old fart. But at the same token, I'm not like some of them, like, yeah, I deserve that. No,
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. So very kind of you.
Mm-hmm.
I always say that to them.
Yeah.
And leave them in what have you. I was going into, it was Southdale, the world's first shopping center, by the way.
Yeah.
And I was going into that place, and this couple, they were coming out arguing with each other. And I mean, I was waiting for them to come to blows. And suddenly they almost bump right into me. And I'm standing there looking at them. I'm going, "You guys having problems or anything that I can help with?" They left. They weren't arguing. They were talking like normal people again.
Yeah.
They ran into the fat man.
He knows when you've been sleeping.
Oh, yeah.
When you're awake.
The other part that's bad sometimes, the one place I was in with the other half, and I'm trying to go and look at some stuff and walking down an aisle. The next day I couldn't move my right leg. Like, what in the heck? I look down. Here's this little kid wrapped around my leg.
Yeah.
Staring up at me.
Yeah.
And the dad says, "Oh, I'm sorry. No problem, And he says, "She didn't get to see Santa this year." "Really?" "Yeah," he says, "the wife was real sick in the hospital and everything else. And spending all our time there. And then when she got well, Christmas was over." "Oh, really?" This kid is still looking. So I dropped down on one knee, and the kid sit on the other leg. And I asked her, I says, "Well, how was Christmas for you?" I said, I bet you're really happy that mommy got well too, aren't you? Oh, yes, yes, yes. I had this big talk with him. All over, I get up. This guy's standing there staring. And he's trying to give me money. I'm just, no. What do you mean, no? No. It's 2 letters, N and O. Connected means no.
Yeah.
And he says, but why? I says, Santa doesn't take gifts. He gives them.
Yeah.
And I said,
that's pretty awesome.
Someplace, just put it in the Salvation Army or some other charitable organization.
Mm-hmm.
And he just, thank you. And I said, you're welcome. And walked away. Well, I didn't realize I'd drawn a crowd of people who were all standing there too, watching. Yeah. All, yeah. I'm like, what is with you people? Haven't you ever seen just being kind? Is that something that's dead now and nobody's got it anymore?
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, you don't see that kind of thing on a daily basis anymore.
No.
And, you know, I try to be kind to people when I'm going places. And some of them say thank you. Some of them just go, you know, open a door for a lady. Oh, you're a sexist.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Friend of mine.
You know, when it comes to holding the door for somebody, I don't care if you're a man, I don't care if you're a woman, and if I see you and I'm about to enter the door, I'll hold the door open for you. Or if you're coming right behind me after I've entered the building, I'll hold the door open. Or if I'm leaving, I'll hold the door open. I don't care.
Yeah, that's just common courtesy.
Right.
I do.
Nice.
You know.
The wife and I were someplace, and this delivery truck driver, he's got his 2-wheel truck with all the stuff, you know, 2-wheel cart. He's got his 2-wheel truck, and he's wheeling it in with all the product on there, coming up to the door. I happened to be standing there, and I go, oh, geez. I opened the door, and I held it open for him so he could get in. He gets past me, and he's looking at the second one. The wife's got that one open. This guy went through, and the look on his face was unbounded shock. He said, people normally don't ever do that for me.
Yeah. That's it. You know, it's not like things were. I mean, I was brought up to do just that. You know, you hold the door for somebody. It doesn't cost you anything. You know, and the amount of time is negligible. You do something nice for somebody, maybe they'll do something nice for somebody else.
Well, I could tell Minnesota is always the little catchphrase here. Minnesota nice.
Yeah.
I always try to be nice to people. There's even the bad ones. I says, of course I'm nice. I nicely push them outside the stairs.
Yeah.
Well, I got one. Oh, sorry. I was going to say I got one little piece here, pulp culture. I suppose before we call it to the end here, and it's been, you know, the cry that I think, you know, definitely you, Doc Pop, and definitely you, Crimson Chin, agree on, as well as my compatriots over at the Kings 24/7 Fusion Media. The big thing is buy physical media. And one of the big things is Ronald Dahl's stories are going to be, if you have an ebook of Ronald Dahl's stories, whether you want it to or not, they're going to change quote unquote problematic language in the stories, so they're more politically, well, in the old days they'd say politically correct.
That it's not a Roald Dahl book. Once you start changing the wording, it's not his book anymore.
Right, unless he's the one that did it. You know, and that's the only one that has that power to do that. But so but the thing is if you have a book of his download, you know, James and the Giant Peach or whatever, well, you pay good money for this ebook, and whether you like it or not, boom, it's going to be changed for you. Which I sat back and said a while back, this is going to be a problem.
Oh, that's one of the things I've said before about ebooks and stuff like that. They can do anything they want to them.
Yeah.
Buy the hard copy. It's in your hand. They can't change that.
Well, just like Splash, you know, it's over on Disney Plus when they edit certain parts of it. It's like, okay, lucky for some people, they have a physical copy, prior to it being uploaded to a digital service that has the original cut.
Yep.
That's it. I mean, the one Star Wars tape I have is the original VHS before it was screwed up with the CGI. And I'll never get rid of that.
How about E.T.? The cops got flashlights instead of guns.
Well, flashlights are walkie-talkies.
Yeah. They're charging into a building where they don't know what the hell is in there, whether it's dangerous or not. And these cops aren't going to have the guns out? Come on.
Gotta love it.
Well, the good news in this story, though, is publishers around the world are fighting back on this. The French and Dutch publishers stand firm on the Ronald Dahl rewrite rule, basically saying that the authors, Dutch and French publishers, said his stories lose their power if language is toned down and rewrites only concerns Britain.
Yeah.
So basically that's what it is. This book is going to lose the power of what it's all about if you go in there and start changing things.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. This world is not what it used to be.
No.
I've said this to a few people in my regular life, and I'm going to say it here. I would love to school and compare them to history books now.
Oh,
yeah.
And see what's omitted from them.
Yeah.
And what they put in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a library, and so does the Baron, of Viking history and World War II history and, the various stuff. They can't pull my wool over my eyes because this stuff was all printed up long time ago.
Yep.
Okay? Things that make them mad. And they scream about, Anne Frank. The die of Anne Frank is proven to be a phony.
Okay.
It's forgery. Now, yes, it's terrible she died.
Yeah.
But the diary is a fake. And all the other people that are out there, it's the truth, it's the truth. No, it was proven to be a fake long time ago. Handwriting experts looked at it and said, all the writing in there is from her dad.
Yeah.
Everything up to a certain point was her. After that, it was him.
But the point of the story that was put on there is the fact that if you got these items, and there's a good thing that there are people standing up to battle this and say that there's a problem.
I hear myself.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened.
Who done do that?
Wait
a moment. Just a second here. I think I know what happened. There we go.
Naughty, naughty.
Well, no, somehow it turned on my YouTube. It was, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. On my YouTube, I turned the volume completely, totally off on it. The only way I'm getting anything is right here.
Yeah.
And I have to, otherwise there's going to be feedback, baby. I know.
I get the same thing.
Embarrassment.
Yep.
When I first came in and I had that feedback, and they were telling me, do this, do this, do this, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. Finally, I figured out, I called up, I hit the regular YouTube page, and I'm going, maybe that's the problem. And I'm hearing my head both places. And I'm going, okay, turn it down, end of story. Took me a while to figure that one out, folks, believe me.
Me too.
That's the one thing you young guys, you play with this all the time. You know it inside and out. There's a couple of us old farts in here that need help. A lot of help. Because we don't know what the hell we're doing.
Oh, trust me, I don't know what I'm doing.
And anytime you guys are willing to throw in and tell me what I'm doing wrong and how to correct it, boy, do I appreciate it. Like right now, I got this wrench next to my name. I don't even know what I have to do with it. But what do I do? What can I do? What can't I do? And I ain't going to play with it because I don't want to mess something up.
Yeah, that's what happens when I play with it. Everything gets messy.
Oh,
And here, I wasn't even ready for that, Baron. But you know what? It won't take me long, hopefully, to find the appropriate one.
Mhm.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Sorry, it didn't mean to inconvenience you with the surprise.
Let's face it, some of the times the stuff that we do on the net, unintentionally, not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. We don't want to hurt anybody's feelings because they're all our friends.
Yeah.
But it goes like a fart in church.
Well, I don't care about hurting Cash's feelings or Phil's feelings.
Cash doesn't have any feelings.
That's why.
He's proven that.
Oh, yeah, he's heartless.
Phil ain't in here.
No.
People are hurting right now. I don't want to hurt him because I like him. Phil, he's a great punching bag.
I don't know him that well.
I asked a question of him before when he's talking about playing, lower levels and easy level and all of that. And I asked him straight outright, Phil, at what level do you play Larry Leeser shoot at? Do you play the hard or the easy? And I'm sorry if you don't know what that one is. Larry Leisure Suit.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Thank you. If you don't know what that is, I'm not going to tell you. You got to find that out yourself. John's sitting there nodding his head up and down with a smirk.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to know what level he plays at.
That goes along with one of my favorite old poems. Before you strip off her pants and blouse, remember to suit up your trouser mouse.
Yes. And way back when I was young, you used to go into the better shopping department stores.
Mm-hmm.
For these things like Macy's. For me, it was Dayton's and Donaldson's and what have you. And you had to go into the bathroom. All the stalls had a coin box on them.
Yeah.
Except one way down on the end for the poor folk. They had to have one.
Yeah.
There's always a line up there. Well, my mom gave me a dime. I went in there and opened it up, and I got inside, and they closed the thing. And written on the wall on the inside, and I will quote it to you exactly what I read. Here I sit, broken-hearted, paid my dime and only farted.
Yeah. And there was the one I put in the men's room of the strip club in Wilkes-Barre. Is remember this while you piss on the money that you've just spent. You realize here you don't buy beer. The best you can do is rent.
And one of the places I went into, a sports bar, the urinal, you go up there, you take a look inside. Now remember, I'm in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So inside the urinal, what sport emblem is in there? Anybody want to guess?
Green Bay.
You got it.
Don't worry, I won't tell Raymond.
Animals, thank you. Thank you. You answered the question.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, never mind. I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, come on.
Come on. You know you want to.
I forgot it already.
You're just trying to.
That's such a cop out. That is a cop out right there, if I've ever heard one.
Big one.
I was going to say, Phil plays most things soft, so. There, I did it. Now I can incur the wrath of McCracken.
Yeah.
Nah, he's not that scary. You just put a Buster bar in front of his face, he'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, look how well Buster Bar distracted Paul. I mean,
oh,
yeah.
Poor Paul.
Oh, that youngin. Dude. What the hell, man?
mean, really, he had this going for him.
Master Paul can fluff my pillows Navy style any day.
I mean, right there, he had that chance.
He did. He did.
Yeah.
He did. He got a smile.
Mm-hmm. Well, more than a smile.
Oh, yeah.
He got a look.
He
got a flirt.
He got the signals, man. He got the signals. Unfortunately, he was a separate retired out.
They had the one. There's a comedy picture out there, and it's, despite the way it sounds, it's really pretty benign in the fact that it isn't even really much nudity in it at all. But it's about some guy who's trying to get to be somebody, and he falls in love with his next door neighbor, who happens to be a prostitute. And the rest of that picture is in and out with him, everything else, funny or no, get out.
Really?
And like I said, the main actress in there, the most you ever get to see is kind of a side view, a little bit very shaded of her bare breast, but you don't see the whole thing, just a little bit of it.
Yeah.
That's the nudity right there, folks. But it was, is that funny?
Back in the 80s, we'd call that a ripoff.
It was listed off as being, I think, PG-13 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it really was, but it was really a oh, man. The pimp in there did not have a good day.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think now's a good time to wrap up the show. I do have some things I got to get done tomorrow, and
yeah, me too.
Yep.
Not me.
Well, I got to go to the doctor, but that's around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I got to take the missus to a doctor too.
They got to tell me whether I'm still alive or not.
I'm sleeping until 4.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Nice.
Well, I'll probably be in until 9 o'clock at the Merman guys.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you're retired, you know. But I'll warn you guys in advance. Those of you that are not retired, all retired means is you're tired all over again. You're retired.
Every day.
Every time they say, "Oh, you're not doing anything."
I'm sleeping.
You'd be amazed what you get talking doing.
Yep.
One guy wanted me to help him clean out his outhouse. I told him I would. Where's the dynamite?
Yeah. God.
Okay.
So, is there anything you guys would like to promote? YouTube channel wise, and
no, I don't really have anything to say right now.
Well,
King Dolphin TV on Saturday for the Just Cuz. I believe at 5 o'clock Eastern time.
Okay.
4 Central.
Tomorrow?
One time. It's rated PG. You know, no cursing or any of that, but a lot of fun. Yeah.
You said that's tomorrow?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Boy, I short-circuited it there.
I'm going
And of course, don't forget the Comics Relief Crusader Titillating Tuesdays on Tuesday.
Well, God, I hope it's on Tuesday. Then, if it wasn't, he'd be lying to us.
Yeah.
One of the Whittlating Wednesdays.
And I cannot imagine you lying to us at all, Cash.
I know, right? Can't lie to. I just
You're
lie to
Mr.
Phil
Constant
and
and
Crit. I just lie to Phil and Crit. Some other people know.
Me.
I lie to Baron. Yeah. I tell him he lost 5 pounds, and then I'm just lying to him. No, I'm kidding.
You gained 15.
You wouldn't even know it.
You look skinny next to if you're standing next to Orson Welles. Oh, thank you.
Who?
Orson Welles.
Oh, I loved Orson. Boy, did I.
Yeah, he was something.
But
one part I want to put in here, we lost a very beautiful and wonderful actress.
Oh, yes, I know.
Was Stella Stevens?
Raquel Welch.
Well, no. Well, Stella Stevens, she was another one.
Yeah, well, Stella was something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Raquel is the latest one.
And Gina Lola Brigida was the one that started this run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Don't forget Sophia Loren.
Well, she's still alive.
She's still alive.
Yeah.
We're talking about the ones that just passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about the ones that just passed away.
We all like.
Show us
I hate
back
to
in
get political, but
the-
we have we see some of us seem to have some kind of a certain kind of disease from a certain person who's in the White House today.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we can't say that on stream. Joe Biden disease. Yeah, I said it. Anyways.
Wow.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go, Brandon.
This is escalating.
But no.
I thought that was
Yeah, especially after I said no politics.
Leave it to the chin.
The
He took it to the
guy-
chin.
That's
the poor guy that won the the NASCAR race for the first time ever, whose name is Brandon.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
unfortunately, the crowd was yelling something else.
Yes,
and
they
network
were.
turned it into
Yes, they
Brandon.
did. Of course they did. Of course they did. But yeah, anyways. So Mike and I are going to this weekend. It should be good this weekend, Mike, that we're going to play Streets of Rage 4 on the Phantom Hooligans. And then before that, I think either tomorrow or even maybe Friday, I'm going to try again with Saints Row 2. Ugh, that game is going to be broken and whatever again, probably, but try it again. Yeah.
And then there are men who loves his pain.
Yes.
You know,
Play the clip, Mike.
All right, you want the clip? I can play
Play
the clip.
buddy.
Hit it.
I gotta get to the clip first.
Oh.
No.
Fudge.
All right, here we
I
go.
don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Okay.
Great.
But
Yes.
you know, the
But
one
yeah.
thing I've noticed across the boards it's happened with Paul and quite a few of the others where they're playing a game
Yeah.
and the internet glitches on them.
Yes, that does
Yeah.
happen. But maybe, old man, you can convince Paul to stop playing on games on easy mode, but I don't know if you can. We've kind of given up on it. Yeah. We know he can push himself a little bit harder, but he won't.
And as far as Pacific Forum 4 is concerned, I will be streaming a game on Friday. It's going to be Mega Man 10. And when I was looking through my playlist, I was realizing I was missing a section for Mega Man 9. So I'm going to do a whole replay of Mega Man 9 after Mega Man 10. And then as far as Sunday's Pop Talk is concerned, well, I am going to see Cocaine Bear in the afternoon. So
Ooh.
Pop Talk will be later in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
Boy,
I don't know what time yet, but I don't want to interfere with the Primetime Kings. So probably after the Primetime Kings will be an evening of the I can't even speak right now. An
Yeah.
evening edition of Pacific Forum for Pop Talk Sunday edition.
Yeah.
They're
I was
find out where they're playing Cocaine Bear in the theater.
Shakopee. We were going to be going tomorrow, but with the weather going, we canceled.
Well, good, because I got to go to the doctor. When we can go, when you're going to go again, let me know. I want to see that.
Okay.
I'll even drive.
Ah.
That's how desperate I want to see it.
Oh.
Well, because it looks different. It looks different from everything that's coming to us. So
It is. It's from the trailers that they got out there. It's like, oh yeah, gotta see this one. And then the fact that it's about a real incident of a real bear. You know. Oh yeah.
highly recognized, yeah.
But yeah, that's what's going to be happening on the channel. That's what's going to be happening for John Randall with Keen Dolphin TV. That's what's going to be happening with Cash Money. And of course, Baron. It's going to be on the Primetime Kings with 24/7 Fusion Media. The Newbound Turk. And of course, himself and the ever mysterious Vigilante Williamson.
Ooh, mysterious.
Yes. And before we leave here tonight, I do want to thank Anonymous.
Yes.
I also want to thank DJ Ronnie G.
Yes.
Janet from Another Planet.
Yes.
Crit from Everest Production. And he was also on the panel for a period of time.
Yes.
Old Man, thank you very much.
Thank
Phil
you for-
McCracken, even though he's not a Scottish therapist.
Not yet.
Low Specs Linux Laptop was over on the Phantomology side. Jet Sparks. Stephen Ransom. The long-suffering Mrs. Tag, thank you for suffering through this episode of Pop Talk.
And me.
Yeah.
Captain Fandom Nerd. Dolph Wolfen.
Yeah.
And the Padawannabe.
Yes.
So, thank you all for watching. Have yourself a good rest of your Wednesday, what remains of it. And we will see you all later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
No good ones for you, Phil.